Chapter 2074. Distinguished Guest. Chapter 2074. Distinguished Guest, the amethyst instant pill doesn't work too? Yi Yuan shook his head with a disappointed look. He already lowered the benchmark by a lot, but this Empyrean Longswan's strength somewhat disappointed him. Looking at the other party's appearance, he reckoned that being able to reach the middle stage Dao realm was already very impressive. Most likely, he was still lingering around the initial stage Dao realm. Then let's lower the difficulty a bit. Earth Nether imprint pill then. Yi Yuan talked to himself. Empyrean Longswan's face opposite turned green. This guy was absolutely here to nauseate him. Earth Nether imprint pill then. This Empyrean wants to see if you really have that much capability to be able to refine a level 9 medicinal pill, Empyrean Longswan said with a cold snort. Although this Earth Nether imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill, he still had some confidence. Basically, refining middle grade or even high grade was not too big of a problem. Below the stage, the faces of Song Chao and the rest were similarly ugly. The rank 6 medicinal pills that Yi Yuan said, forget about refining them, they could not even learn the rudiments of them. Their master could naturally refine them, but the success rate was not high either. It was not that they doubted master's strength, but that these medicinal pills were seriously too difficult to refine. But in the view of other martial artists, they were somewhat surprised. Empyrean Longswan yielded to Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan said 3 kinds of medicinal pills, but he chose the final medicinal pill. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in the other 2. Ignorant fool. To refine level 9 medicinal pills, one needs to at least enter the Dao realm before one has the chance to refine those pills successfully. He's so young, so could it be that he can be a Dao realm powerhouse? Song Chao said with a cold smile. So what even if he's a Dao realm powerhouse? Our master is already peak initial stage Dao realm. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation realm and soul force, could he still lose to him? Luo Yu said with a disdainful look. Amidst the questioning voices, the 2 people started the alchemy battle. The moment Empyrean Longswan's aura released, everyone burst into an uproar. These martial artists had never seen a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. take action before. The moment he made his move at this time, it was G.O.D. knows how many times stronger than the likes of Song Chao. To these martial artists it was incredibly astonish. Hi+ing. This is the strength of a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Even level 9 medicinal pills are also a piece of cake to Lord Longswan, right? That kid actually wants to challenge such an existence, is his head okay? In my view, this kid is deliberately here to nauseate people. At his age, knowing some superficial knowledge is already pretty good. The moment Empyrean Longswan made his move, it gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. It was as if what everyone saw in the past were all ugly girls. Now, suddenly seeing a top-grade beauty, it drove people crazy. There was a wave of cheering voices below the stage, cries of exclamations, as well as disdainful voices toward Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, truly a bunch of mpkins who have never seen the world before. This bit of strength can let them cheer until like this. Song Chao was standing right beside him. Hearing that, he said in a great rage, this bit of strength? That brat probably doesn't know how to refine pills at all, right? You look, he hasn't even started until now. Ning Tianping laughed in spite of himself and said, My lord is being kind-hearted and is giving your master a chance to perform. The moment he makes his move, your master will be crushed until he could be badly mauled all over. Song Chao smiled coldly and said, being razor-tongued can't change the outcome too. You guys had best be prepared to hand over the sons. Hi+NE Glow's recipe. Yi Yuan stood on the stage, his gaze briming with a look of disappointment. Empyrean Longswan's bit of strength could not even compare to the weakest Empyrean in the Cloud Pill Summit. Open! Yi Yuan gave a low cry, reached his hand out, and beckoned. The medicinal pills were all taken into the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, a vast surging aura burst out of his body. Everyone's cheers abruptly ceased. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Empyrean Longswan's alchemy aura was like a baby, weak to the extreme. Empyrean Longswan's expression changed wildly. The seals formed in his hands could not help but to stop. It was only to hear a puff. A burnt smell came out of the medicinal cauldron. The materials inside were directly being refined into a ruined pill. It was very taxing for him to refine level 9 medicinal pills to begin with, so how could he withstand Yi Yuan's heavy pressure? To him, Yi Yuan's aura was like Mount Tai Cruz. Plussing down on top of him. He did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. A shock to the extreme expressions appeared on Empyrean Longswan's face. However, he did not fly into a great rage, but was attracted by Yi Yuan's pill refinement very soon. Not just him. His disciples were also drawn by Yi Yuan's bedazzling pill refinement. In a place like the northernmost steppe, encountering such earth-shaking alchemy skill was undoubtedly like a good rain after a long drought to them. Yi Yuan's every move and action had a tremendous sense of beauty, possessing unusually deep Tao ACCU emulations. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was not refining pills but manipulating the great Tao. This kind of alchemy skill had simply reached the acme of perfection. Inconceivable! Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill. Only after a long time did Empyrean Longswan awaken from the shock. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ji's alchemy cultivation is unrivaled, Longswan admires greatly." This, Lord Longswan, an exalted Empyrean, actually paid such solemn respects to a true God realm boy? Shocking! Too shocking! I originally thought that Lord Longswan's alchemy cultivation already reached the acme of perfection. Who knew that Master Ji's alchemy strength is more than 100 times stronger than Lord Longswan? In Skyreturn Plaza, astonished voices rose and ebbed like waves. A dignified 7-star alchemy G.O.D. actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. How could it not make people marvel? These martial artists were not versed in alchemy and did not understand the disparity between Empyrean Longswan and Yi Yuan. But as an alchemist, Empyrean Longswan understood that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too big. People should not look at how he was a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. The rank 7 divine pills that he could refine were very limited. When rank 7 divine pills reached level 3 difficulty and above, one could not refine them at all if their realm was lacking. Hence, when he saw that Yi Yuan had such strength, he was immediately shocked beyond words. As for Song Chao and the rest, they had long turned to stone on the spot. Their G.O.D-like master was actually defeated just like this? How could this brat-like young man have such terrifying alchemy strength? This Longswan has many questions on alchemy. I wonder if Master Ji has spare time to give Longswan a pointer or two. Empyrean Longswan asked carefully. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The northernmost steppes alchemy Tao is behind the times. Coming here, this Ji will just take it as giving you a fortuitous encounter." The moment Empyrean Longswan heard, he could not help being overjoyed. If there were no accidents, his accomplishments in alchemy would just be like that for life. But if there was someone giving guidance, especially the guidance of a master like Yi Yuan, that would be totally different. Many thanks, Master Ji, for showing pity. Longswan can't repay it even with 10,000 deaths. Longswan was incredibly agitated and gave another respectful bow toward Yi Yuan. Finished saying, he straightened his back and immediately recovered his Empyrean's majesty as he said in a clear voice, "From today onward, Master Ji is this Empyrean's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to offend Master G, it's setting yourself against this Empyrean. Chapter 2075. Sweeping through Gioluo. Chapter 2075. Sweeping through Gioluo several days later, a piece of extremely explosive news spread throughout the entire Gioluo G. Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledged Ji Qingyun as his master and paid respects to the latter as a disciple. This news was akin to a heavyweight bomb. Stirring up titanic waves in Gioluo G. Did I hear wrongly? No matter how powerful that Ji Qingyun is, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy God. Does Lord Lone Swan have this need? Truly inconceivable. A 7-star alchemy God actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy God as a master. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but it's still my first time hearing of such a thing. Just what kind of God is Ji Qingyun to actually be able to bring Lord Lone Swan into submission? The entire Gioluo G blew up. Everyone was discussing this matter frenziedly. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this Ji Qingyun that popped out from no idea where. Empyrean Lone Swan had always been a like figure in Gioluo G all along. Even Empyrean powerhouses also showed extra reverence to him and did not dare to offend in the slightest. But now, this kind of God-like existence actually acknowledged a 1,000-over-years-old youth as his master. It was simply too astonies. Hi+ing. But very soon, another explosive news came over. Grand Pill Establishment rolled out a new kind of wine. The name of the wine was Suns. Hi+Ne Glow. Grand Pill Establishment was recruiting 9 sales representatives. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Gioluo G. This Grand Pill Establishment was Empyrean Lone Swan's force. Not only this wine called Suns. Hi+Ne Glow had excellent taste, but it also had the effect of keeping out the cold. As long as Celestial Deity Realm martial artists drank a cup, they would not need to use any cold warding method for half a month. As soon as this wine was rolled out, it immediately spread throughout the entire Gioluo G in a frenzy. Various restaurants, taverns, and wine shops rushed toward Grand Pill Establishment crazily, wanting to obtain Suns. Hi+Ne Glow's dealers. Hi+P rights. Hearing this news, Zhang Tu almost went mad. Others did not know, but he knew that this Suns. Hi+Ne Glow was Master G's wine. Now, his intestines were almost green with regret. Back then, if not for a moment of muddle-headedness, offending Master G, with the Raging Fire Tavern's strength and his relations. Hi+P with Master Song Chao, wouldn't getting Suns. Hi+Ne Glow's dealers. Hi+P rights still be accomplished with ease? But sadly, there was no regret medicine in this world that could be eaten. Even so, Zhang Tu still brought a large gift and went to find Song Chao. Master Song Chao, you're also aware, my Raging Fire Tavern is number 1 in Gioluo G. There are hundreds of branches alone, number 1? That's all in the past. The moment Suns. Hi+Ne Glow emerged, your Raging Fire Tavern probably can't even enter the top 10 anymore. Brother, don't blame me. Want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having eyes, offending Grandmaster. These things, bring them away. If Grandmaster knew about it, wouldn't he break my legs? Zhang Tu's words were not finished saying yet and were interrupted by Song Chao coldly, directly issuing an order to evict the guest. Leaving the Song Manor, Zhang Tu felt like the entire world turned gloomy. A single misstep resulted in eternal regret. In the old days, his Raging Fire Brew was unique in Gioluo G. It could be said that he could summon the rain and wind in Gioluo G. But now, the Raging Fire Brew was left without anyone caring about it overnight. Sure enough, the 9 great representatives were picked very quickly. As soon as Suns. Hi+Ne Glow came out, it was akin to like a fierce wind sing through, being all the rage. There were long queues in the shops of the 9 sales representatives every day. Many martial artists queued for several days and nights in order to taste a mouthful of this legendary Sun's Hi+Ne glow. Really too freaking delicious. Grand Pill establishment is really harming people. After drinking this wine, drinking other wines will be like horse piss. Equipped with this jar, I won't need to think of ways to ward off the cold within a year anymore. This wine should only belong in the heavens. Fine wine. Fine wine. After Sun's Hi+Ne glow came out, it became an extremely popular item very soon. Even if Grand Pill establishment brewed it around the clock, it was also unable to satisfy the enthusiasm of all the martial artists. Later on, the various major restaurants could only limit the supply. A cup of Sun's Hi+Ne glow was even hiked to a sky-high price. But even so, no one would go and sell the wine at all. People who had the luck to purchase the wine all cherished what was theirs, hiding and tucking it away, fearful of being known by people. On this day, Zhang Tu finally purchased a small jar of Sun's Hi+Ne glow after queuing for 7 days and nights. Hence, he could not wait and drank a mouthful. The moment the wine entered the abdomen, a mellowness instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, as if an electric current ran through. At the same time, a hot current gathered at this dantian area, as if it was the blazing sun illuminating from high up, continuously warming his body. Fine wine. Truly excellent wine. Zhang Tu could not resist praising. But after praising, his expression turned dim. Such a fine wine, he actually said right by it. Originally, it should be him who became a figure who could summon the wind and rain in this Jiuluoji. But now everything was gone. Inside Grand Pill establishment, Emperor Longswan was looking at Yi Yuan with a look of wars. Hi+P. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration. After Yi Yuan entered Grand Pill establishment, Emperor Longswan asked him about some areas that he did not understand. The incisiveness of Yi Yuan's understanding took his breath away in astonishment. On some areas that were obstructed originally, he suddenly saw the light. The following few days, the more he consulted Yi Yuan on alchemy Tao, the more that he felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. He even suspected whether or not Yi Yuan already stepped into the legendary ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of alchemy Tao? Therefore, he steeled his resolve and acknowledged Yi Yuan as his master. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment but still agreed. This Emperor Longswan could acknowledge him as master as a 7-star. It could be seen that he genuinely loved alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had to borrow Emperor Longswan's power to save Luer. After acknowledging him as his disciple, Yi Yuan took out the Sun's Hi+Ne glow's recipe and handed it to Emperor Longswan. After Emperor Longswan drank the Sun's Hi+Ne glow, he felt even more respect towards Yi Yuan from the depths of his heart. As the saying went, those who reached first can teach. Yi Yuan could casually take out such a freakish pill formula. It could be seen how deep his attainments in alchemy Tao were. Indeed, as expected, as soon as Sun's Hi+Ne glow rolled out, it immediately swept across Jiuluoji, and allowed Grand Pill establishment earn boatloads of money. Listening attentively to Master preach on Tao these few days, this disciple suddenly saw the light and seemed to have already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, Emperor Longswan said excitedly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "You're still far away. Although you became an Emperor and a 7-star alchemy G.O.D., your foundation is too shallow. It seems like you've already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, but in reality you're too far away. Even if give you 1,000, 10,000 years, you might not be able to enter middle-stage Tao realm too." Imparting Tao to Longswan these few days, Yi Yuan was already shocked. He had never seen before a 7-star alchemy god with such a shallow foundation. Being able to enter 7-star, this Empyrean lone swan absolutely got Ma's Sively lucky. Placed in the southern border, Empyrean lone swan was probably even inferior to Uni, let alone talk about other 7-star alchemy gods. Hearing Yi Yuan's face, Empyrean lone swan also had a look of embarrass sment on his face as he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's exactly as Master said. It's just that this northernmost step, spirit medicines are lacking and inheritances are missing. Wanting to step into 7-star is as hard as ascending to heaven." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Hence, if you want to improve further, don't reach beyond your grasp, but be down to earth." Empyrean lone swan repeatedly said yes. The two people chatted for a while when Empyrean lone swan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, Jiluoji's other 7 great Empyreans have heard about you. All of them want to come over to pay respects to you. I wonder, what's your opinion?" Chapter 2076. Awing the Group of Empyreans. Chapter 2076. Awing the group of Empyreans. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that the thing he waited for finally came. He naturally did not do so many things in order to show off his power and make a name for himself. It was actually in order to make these Empyreans pay him a visit. Jiluoji had 9 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan, as an outsider, running over to ask for people without rhyme or reason was no different from a lamb being thrown to the wolves. Then what could let him get close to these Empyreans? It was naturally alchemy. Since Empyreans revered alchemy immensely, then as long as he displayed his alchemy strength, would these Empyreans still not look to him for help? In addition, Yi Yuan also took out the sun's Hi+Ne glow, this major killing tool. These Empyreans would view him in a different light even more. As for Empyrean lone swan wanting to acknowledge him as master, this exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 8 Empyreans appearing in unison, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy all of a sudden. Song Chao and the rest of the disciples waited upon them carefully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan sat up straight, looking calm and composed. The 8 great Empyreans all sized Yi Yuan up with curious faces, clearly all carrying a trace of doubt. They never would have thought that Empyrean lone swan's master was actually so young. "Master, disciple will introduce to you. This is Sword Star Pavilion's Empyrean Void Sword," Empyrean lone swan said. "Master Ji," Empyrean Void Sword said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan looked over, nodded his head slightly, which was considered to have greeted Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this boy was so arrogant. Empyrean lone swan appeared slightly awkward, but he knew that Master had great ability. Being a little cold and arrogant was normal. Hence, he carried on making introductions to several others. "This is Ice Cloud Tower's master, Empyrean Ice Cloud. Her ice attribute laws have reached the acme of perfection, with her strength being powerful." But the fourth one that Empyrean lone swan introduced was a middle-aged woman who had already partly lost her good looks, but still retained her graceful bearing. Actually, from the moment she came in, Yi Yuan's attention was placed on her. Among Jiluoji's 9 great Empyreans, only this Empyrean Ice Cloud was a woman. Who could it be if it was not her? Yi Yuan still grunted a response perfunctorily. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is also a little too arrogant, right? We're this Jiluoji's masters no matter what. Us greeting you and you gave us this kind of attitude?" The moment Empyrean lone swan heard this, he knew that it was going to be bad. Others did not know, but he knew that his master was not being arrogant. It was his master having the confidence. How could ordinary Empyreans enter his eyes? It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud, this old lady's temper, was not an ordinary kind of cold arrogance. How could she stand Yi Yuan's attitude? Sure enough, the other Empyreans were all reserved. But reaching her, it broke down. Clearly, the other Empyreans also knew Empyrean Ice Cloud's temper, and were all waiting for her to jump out. Everyone was not a fool. For Empyrean Lone Swan to be able to acknowledge such a young person as his master, this young man definitely had aspects Serpa, as sing others. Although they all did not believe it, they also would not be silly enough to go and offend the other party. After all, they were all here to request for pills, and not to look for trouble. Once they offended the master, where would they go to find medicinal pills? Sure enough, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said indifferently, "If Empyrean Ice Cloud feels like this G's atti. Toot is haughty, you can leave first. You all came here simply for the sake of requesting for pills. Since you have something to ask this G, then whatever atti. Toot I have, you have to endure it. Isn't that so?" The moment the group of Empyreans heard, they all thought, "Terrific fellow," indeed clashed. How venerated was Empyrean Ice Cloud's status in this Jiuluoji? When had she suffered this kind of wrong before? It was only to see her laugh. She then said, "Ho ho! What a wildly arrogant Master Ji! I wonder if your ability is as great as your spirit." Yi Yuan gave her a light glance and said coolly, "How can my ability be what you can gauge? I already said, those who don't believe me can very well leave." "You!" Empyrean Ice Cloud's frosty eyebrows rose in anger and she suddenly stood up. With her flying into a rage, Empyrean pressure swept over toward Yi Yuan crazily. She actually wanted to take action. With this, Empyrean Lone Swan was enraged too. He said with a cold snort, "Ice Cloud, letting you all come in is master giving you guys face. But you're not giving this Empyrean face like this. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Also, don't come and beg this Empyrean for medicinal pills for your Ice Cloud Tower anymore in the future." Empyrean Lone Swan had long already prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan these few days. Although he was an Empyrean, he would never put on any airs of an Empyrean in front of Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that this Ice Cloud did not give face at all, and actually questioned Master in front of him, and even wanted to attack? How could he tolerate it? Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression darkened. Empyrean Lone Swan's move was too vicious. In this northernmost step, 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S. could be this arrogant. No one dared to offend a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Once offended, one could only feel endless regret. Their cultivation could only rely on luck in the future. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was extremely ugly, standing there, at a loss on what to do. The others were also secretly startled. They all did not think that the normally incomparably lofty Empyrean Lone Swan was actually so respectful toward Yi Yuan. Empyrean Void Sword hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying with a smile, "The two of you, don't get angry. Since Master Ji is Empyrean Lone Swan's master, then he naturally has genuine ability. Younger sister Ice Cloud, you also have to fix your temper." Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort but did not dare to make a sound anymore. But she still had a stubborn look on her face, not having the intention of backing down. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "I know that everyone questions my strength, but how can my ability be what you can imagine? As long as you all can pool together enough spirit medicines, this G will create 10 Empyreans for you. Where's the difficulty in that?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving expressions. Which of them did not corroborate their Tao as Empyreans after narrow escapes, bathed in bloody slaughters in this northernmost steppe? How could Empyrean powerhouses be created as you wished? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face had an even more apparent sneer. But this time, she learned to be smart and just smiled coldly and did not speak. "Hey, you all don't put on those expressions. That day when I had the alchemy battle with Master, I didn't open my furnace. But do you all know what grade was Master's Earth Nether imprint pill?" Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold smile. Empyrean Void Sword said hesitantly, "What grade was it?" Could it have been superior grade? Another Empyrean said, heaven grade? Hoo-hoo, you all see for yourselves. Empyrean Lone Swan laughed coldly, and threw a small bottle to Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword caught the medicine bottle curiously. The others all stared at all, similarly having curious faces. Looking at Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, could it be divine grade? Except, they denied this notion very quickly. How was this possible? Earth Nether Imprint Pill was a level 9 medicinal pill. They knew that Empyrean Lone Swan could at most only refine high grade. Even if this Yiyuan was formidable, he was also merely a 6-star alchemy god. At the very most, it was also just peak heaven grade. Empyrean Void Sword probed with divine sense, and his expression suddenly changed wildly, looking at Yiyuan with a horrified face, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Void Sword, just what grade is it? When everyone saw his expression, they became even more curious. Could it really be divine grade? Void Sword threw the small bottle to another Empyrean and said with a sigh, Brother Huiming, you see for yourself. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. The medicinal bottle pass said around the hands of the Empyrean powerhouses. After the person in front finished inspecting, they just silently pass said it to the next person, the expression on their faces incomparably stunned. Even someone as cold as ice like Empyrean Ice Cloud also had her curiosity stirred. She thought to herself, could this medicinal pill really be divine grade? Younger sister Ice Cloud, you take a look for yourself. Among the 8 people, the stronger Empyrean Redfeather heaved a slight sigh and said the small medicinal bottle to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud looked at him curiously, caught the small bottle that was thrown over, and said scornfully, even if it's divine grade, it's also not to the extent of making all of you have this expression, right? Humph. So what if it's divine grade, is this the reason for looking down on us? As she expressed her derision, she sunk her divine sense into the small bottle. Talking until the end, her entire sentence was stuck in her throat, and she only felt that her throat was incomparably dry. The vast spirit, divine grade. How is this possible? Empyrean Ice Cloud's pupils constricted, her gaze full of disbelief. Vast spirit, divine pill. In this vast expanse of northernmost steppe, had vast spirit divine pills appeared before? Empyrean Ice Cloud was also not too sure, but most likely it had never occurred. Although the northernmost steppe was boundlessly vast, the 7-star alchemy gods added up were also just those few. Even if those people's strengths were stronger than Empyrean Lone Swan, it was also not that much stronger. Forget about having them refine vast spirit divine pills. Even ordinary purple spirit divine grade, they probably could not refine it. Even if refined, it was also those level 1 and 2 simple medicinal pills. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills to them was too high. But this young man in front of them actually refined a vast spirit divine pill with the cultivation realm of a 6-star alchemy god? How was this possible? Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, you were too impulsive. How can someone capable of making younger brother Lone Swan respect so much not have some ability? Empyrean Redfeather also sighed slightly and said, some ability? Heh, Master G. Doesn't have just some ability here. Empyrean Void Sword said with a laugh. Humph. This Empyrean is also a respected figure in this northernmost steppe. If not for Master's alchemy Tao making me look up to it, why would I acknowledge him as my master? Ice Cloud, before you came in, you said that you'd talk nicely. That's why this Empyrean agreed. But now, after entering Grand Pill Establishment, you disrespected Master. This Empyrean can't help you anymore. Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort. Wouldn't Empyrean Ice Cloud looking down on Yiyuan be equivalent to looking down on him, Empyrean Lone Swan? How silly would he have been, to acknowledge an incapable 6-star alchemy god as his master? this. Master G, Empyrean Ice Cloud stammered, and already did not know what she should say. A 6-star alchemy god capable of refining vast spirit divine pills was absolutely a multi-existence in this northernmost step. She actually questioned such a major power just now. Only now did she know that when Yi Yuan said he could create an Empyrean powerhouse with a flip of his hand, those were not empty words. Since Yi Yuan could refine a vast spirit divine grade earth nether imprint pill, then refining a divine grade and above heaven seizing good fortune pill was absolutely nothing difficult. It was just that the spirit medicines that the heaven seizing good fortune pill required were too hard to come by. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Yuan creating a batch of Empyrean powerhouses be like taking something out of his pocket? Empyrean Ice Cloud, you can leave now. The medicinal pills that you're requesting for, this G won't refine them. In addition, all of Grand Pill Establishment's medicinal pill supply to your Ice Cloud Tower will discontinue starting from today. Yi Yuan opened his mouth coolly and directly issued the order to chase away the guest. He sneered coldly to no end in his heart. Finally he showed Empyrean Ice Cloud some colors. To dare treat Lure like so, how could it do to not let you taste the flavor of despair? Right from the start, Yi Yuan never planned on dropping in to ask Empyrean Ice Cloud to release her. That was the worst strategy. He thought even less of SNATC, Hing Lure with martial strength. Really pressing this Empyrean Ice Cloud into a corner, she might really hurt Lure. Since the ident. 1. tie of an alchemist was useful, then what did bringing Jiuluoji to its knees and compelling the northernmost step to submit count for with his strength? One had to know. He defeated the entire southern border's alchemy world with his power alone. Yi Yuan's plan was to overpower her until she yielded, and he also wanted to make her send Lure over obediently. Bullying people too far. When had Empyrean Ice Cloud suffered this kind of treatment before? She was angered until her middle-aged expression was icy cold. Empyrean Ice Cloud was still thinking of apologizing. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly cutting off Ice Cloud Tower's grain. Yi Yuan said coolly, bullying people too far? This is just you bringing trouble to yourself. Empyrean Redfeather could not quite look on anymore and spoke up. Master G, younger sister Ice Cloud she. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if anyone intercedes for her, don't come to Grand Pill Establishment to request for pills anymore in the future. The faces of all the Empyreans changed and they indeed did not dare to say any more. They had already witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. Although it could not directly increase their strength, it could make their factions much more powerful. How could such a person be casually offended? Even Empyrean Ice Cloud, this kind of hothead, was purely looking for abuse by opposing Yi Yuan. Song Chao and the rest watched until they were quaking in their boots by the side. Good lord, their grandmaster was really domineering. Empyrean Ice Cloud's chest heaved up and down and she gritted her teeth and said, Good, good, good. This Empyrean doesn't believe that in this northernmost step, there's just you, one alchemist. Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud flicked her sleeves and left. Master, this Empyrean Lone Swan also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such an intense reaction and did not even hesitate. In this northernmost step, the 7-star alchemy gods were not just him alone. Hearing Empyrean Ice Cloud's meaning, she was clearly planning to find other Assemble's 7-star alchemy gods to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly, Lone Swan, remember? Under my charge, alchemists mustn't be insulted. Not only this G is like this, you as well as Song Chao they all need to have this confidence, understood? Empyrean Lone Swan's expression turned somber, and then he bowed and said, Yes, disciple understands. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and continued, Lone Swan, starting from tomorrow, you accompany me and head to the surrounding territories to pay a visit to fellow alchemists in the steppes. The moment these words came out, all of the Empyreans' faces changed. Goodness, this was ruthless extermination. If one was unconvinced, kill until the person submitted. Not only was this young man's strength formidable, but his temper was also similarly arrogant. This kind of person must not be offended. All of the Empyreans' hearts turned cold and naturally understood that Yi Yuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Yes, master, Lone Swan said respectfully. At the same time, he was delighted in his heart. With master garrisoning, Grand Pill establishment could do as it pleased in the northernmost steppe this time. Haha, Master G, this Empyrean has always been on close terms with Lone Swan. Coming here this time, I want to request for several medicinal pills, Empyrean Redfeather said with some awkwardness. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, this is naturally not a problem. If you need rank 6 divine pills, as long as you all gather the spirit medicines, I'll definitely return you a divine-grade medicinal pill. As for rank 7 divine pills, wait for a few more days. I believe that Lone Swan will be able to give you all a pleasant surprise. When everyone heard that, their hearts could not help jumping. Following that, it was wild elation. Rank 7 divine pills were too hard to come across in this northernmost steppe. Chapter 2078 He Shang Yun. Chapter 2078 He Shang Yun in Ice Cloud Tower's dungeon. It was gloomy and cold and also damp. Several celestial deity realm disciples guarding were chatting while drinking wine to warm themselves. Did you hear? Our Ice Cloud Tower has completely fallen out with the Grand Pill establishment. They directly cut off our medicinal pills supply. I heard that martial ancestor flew into a thunderous rage after returning. Senior apprentice Sister Li got a little on her bad side and was actually killed by her with one palm. What? Cut off the medicinal pill supply? Then what should we do about our cultivation in the future? I heard that martial ancestor already sent people to arrange things with North Day A.S. Semble's Empyrean Dragonjade. I believe that there will be a result very soon. But that Master G who's new is really too scary to actually be able to make Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledge him as a master. Master G? Which Master G? When did our Jiuluo G have an additional Master G? Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice sister, you were guarding the dungeon these few days and don't know about the outside world situation. This Master G is called Ji Qinyun. Although he's just a 6-star alchemy God, he defeated Lord Lone Swan in public. Later, Lord Lone Swan even put aside the face of an Empyrean and acknowledged him as a master. Oh right, this Master G even brought a kind of fine wine called Sun's HI plus NE Glow. It's already being SNATC head like crazy outside now. As so impressive? That junior apprentice sister's mouth opened wide, a face of disbelief. Empyrean Lone Swan was a God-like existence in her eyes. But now, this God-like existence actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy God as his master. Then how formidable was the other party? She was already unable to imagine it. Inside the dungeon, when a gaunt and thin figure heard Ji Qinyun these 3 words, her beautiful figure suddenly trembled. Following that, she actually wept with joy. He came. I knew it. I know that you'll be fine. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance, and this thin figure was precisely the lurer that he had already not seen for more than 1,000 years. In these several decades, Luer had always been suffering torment. Eldest senior sister, He Shang Yun told her that her master already sent senior apprentice sister Sun to go capture Yi Yuan. When senior apprentice sister Sun captured Yi Yuan and brought him back, if she still dared to disagree with the wedding with Feng Tianyang, her master would sentence Yi Yuan to death. Senior apprentice sister Sun had left several decades ago. Calculating it, she should also be coming back. Luer naturally had confidence in her young master. But the more she cultivated, the more she knew that cultivation was not easy. Senior apprentice Sister Sun was a top 5 ranking existence in Geoluoji, being a late-stage true God realm mighty expert. Even if Yi Yuan was formidable, it was likely hard to resist senior apprentice Sister Sun too. Hence, these several dozen years, Lu did not have a single day where she could cultivate serenely and also did not have a day where she could rest well. Presently, she had a wan and sallow appearance. If Yi Yuan was here, his heart would probably ache terribly. But earlier, the discussion of Ice Cloud Tower's third-generation disciples made Lu wildly ecstatic. All the worries in these several decades, all of the suffering, completely vanished without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, young master was invincible. He came to save me. Ji Qingyun this name, others did not know it, but how could she, Lu not know? Moreover, to be able to make a 7-star alchemy God put aside his pride and acknowledge this figure as a master, who could it be if not her young master? The current Lu was proud and also delighted and also touched. The pain and resentment of these few years had long already evaporated into thin air. Turns out that His Excellency is already so incredible. Even a 7-star alchemy God like Lord Loneswan actually has to acknowledge him as a master. Lu's eyes sparkled, the joyous emotion not only expressed in words but also on the face. She knew that her young master was incredible. But she did not expect that 1,000 years had said, and he was already formidable to such a degree. Even Empyrean powerhouses had to acknowledge him as a master. Great martial ant. Lu was currently rejoicing on her own when several panicky voices suddenly came from outside. She hurriedly reined in her emotions and concealed her joy. Although Lu was pure, she was not dumb. Since Yi Yuan changed his name and came to this northernmost step, he definitely had his plans. If she gave it away, not only would it disrupt Yi Yuan's plans, it might even put Yi Yuan in danger. He Shang-yun was born with a mean face and had a high and mighty appearance, making people give rise to detest the moment they saw her. But in this Ice Cloud Tower, her seniority was the oldest and her strength the strongest. Seeing Lu, He Shang-yun had a cold smile on her face as she said, "You're ungrateful SL*T, you really don't know what's good for you. Master imparted to you cultivation methods and provided resources for your cultivation. Now, asking you to do a little something, you threaten to die." Lu said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, don't need to say any more. If Master makes Lu go and fight, even if I die on the battlefield, Lu will also not have any complaints. But, making Lu commit to Feng Tianyang that be, Lu would rather die than submit." He Shang-yun curled her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with Feng Tianyang? He's this northernmost stepp's young generation's #1 person. Getting his favor is your fortune cultivated from your previous life." Lu said, "Senior apprentice sister, you don't need to say any more. These words, Lu has already listened until my ears are growing calluses. How that Feng Tianyang's temperament is, I believe that senior apprentice sister is even clearer than me." Seeing that Lu was impervious to everything, He Shang-yun could not help feeling angry and said in a solemn voice, "Humph! Are you still harboring hope in your heart? Let me tell you, your senior apprentice sister Sun has already sent news that your little lover has already been captured by her. 3 years if it's short, 5 years if it's long, they will be able to return to Geoluoji." He Shang-yun wanted to see a panicky expression from Lu's face, or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. But she was disappointed. If it were before, Lu would still be worried. Now, Lu knew that Geoluoji had an addition Ji Qingyun. So why would she be worried? However, Lu's face still changed colors slightly. It was just that it was reined in very quickly, recovering to an indifferent expression as she said coolly, "Is that so? Senior apprentice sister Sun left for several decades and has never been heard of since. But today, she suddenly sent news, Don't eldest senior sister find it strange? Saying any more is pointless. If senior apprentice sister Sun really brought young master over, Luer will naturally submit. With Yi Yuan's news, Luer had much more confidence when speaking. You, little SL*T, you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? He Shangyun said furiously. Luer could not be bothered to argue with He Shangyun, and simply shut her two eyes. Luer ignored her. Good. What a stubborn little SL*T. I want to see if you're forged out of iron. Under He Shangyun's rage, she repeatedly fired out several seals. Lightning suddenly shot from everywhere in the entire dungeon. Luer cried out painfully, her whole body being bound up by frenzied electricity. But the stubborn Luer did not make a sound. It was just that the light moans that came from time to time showed her current agony. The 5 lightning array formation was laid down in this dungeon. It was in order to prevent prisoners from escaping and also to carry out punishment. Since Luer went into the prison, He Shangyun would come and torture Luer when she was unhappy, all the way until Luer spasmed on the ground in pain. Only then would she leave in satisfaction. But this was already no idea how many times. When those celestial deity realm disciples outside heard the lightning sounds coming from inside, they knew that Martial Ant Luer was being tortured again. All of them were frightened until they were silent like cicadas in winter. Only all the way until after more than 2 hours, after Luer laid on the ground and made no more sounds, did He Shangyun laugh coldly. She then said, TSK, really pity my little junior sister. Although I can't kill you, seeing you get tormented every day is still very satisfying, ha ha. Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. In front of Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower, second senior sister Yang Feier said anxiously, Master, our Ice Cloud Tower has already not had gotten new medicinal pills for the greater part of this year. At present, the medicinal pills reserves are already less than 10%. He Shangyun smiled and said, Junior apprentice sister, what are you anxious about? In this northernmost step, what can stump master? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was cold as frost as she said coolly, Humph! That boy thinks that by relying on a mere grand pill establishment, he can boycott our Ice Cloud Tower? Truly overestimating his own ability. Although the northernmost step respects alchemists, the ones who know how to refine pills aren't just one lone swan alone. Hoo, that boy has just arrived. How can he understand master's means? He Shangyun continued tearing up. But actually she was still somewhat unhappy in her heart. She was presently already 9th firmament true God, and already not far from grand completion true God realm. He Shangyun heard that Master Ji's ability was remarkable and could even refine a divine-grade heaven-seizing good fortune pill. If she could obtain one, wouldn't she be able to corroborate her Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean? There was just this one shop in this northernmost step. Yet, her master offended him. Now, being boycotted by him, this thoroughly throttled her trace of hope to break through to become an Empyrean. He Shangyun understood her potential. It was likely that the grand completion true God realm was her limit. As for Empyrean, this step was far too difficult. In this greater part of a year, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran everywhere and finally managed to fix up a contract with North Day A.S. Semble's Empyrean Dragonjade. They agreed to provide Ice Cloud Tower with medicinal pills. While it was a little troublesome, it was not to the point of having no medicinal pills. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression eased up slightly and she said coolly, Amen, counting the time, the first batch of medicinal pills should already be almost arriving. No need to worry too much. Rather, that La's Sun side has no news whatsoever until now. Could some accident have happened? He Shangyun smiled and said, Master is worrying too much. A mere imperial city, what formidable character can it produce? Rather, It might be that junior apprentice Sister Sun couldn't find the person. That's why it delayed some time. Empyrean Ice Cloud nodded her head slightly, also feeling that it was not too likely. But by the side, Yang Feier's pretty face changed slightly. If junior apprentice Sister Sun brought that Yang Feier back, little junior sister would definitely be forced to give in. The few people were currently chatting when suddenly, Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts stirred. Only to see her spit divine essence, a powerful virtual image appeared in the great hall. Seeing the person, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Empyrean Ice Cloud's 10,000-year ice face. "Brother Dragonjade, how have you been?" Suddenly coming to find Ice Cloud, could it be that the first batch of medicinal pills we agreed upon is arriving? Ice Cloud said smilingly. This virtual image was shockingly a wisp of Empyrean Dragonjade's divine sense. Dragonjade smiled and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, this Empyrean is finding you to let you know that our cooperation probably can't carry on anymore. As for the deposit that you paid in advance, this Empyrean will send someone to return it in due time. Alright, this Empyrean still has something. Goodbye." "Wait, Brother Dragonjade." Empyrean Dragonjade completely ignored Empyrean Ice Cloud. His virtual image gradually dissipated, leaving behind Ice Cloud and the rest whose expressions changed drastically. How can this be? He Shangyun was still Briming with confidence previously. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. Empyrean Ice Cloud recovered to a dead person's expression. Her expression was as ugly as it could get. When she went to find Empyrean Dragonjade previously, Empyrean Dragonjade was still very enthusiastic. Empyrean Ice Cloud also paid a great price for this. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, Empyrean Dragonjade actually went back on his word. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in the great hall. The person said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, are you there?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes glimmered and she said, "It's Brother Redfeather. Please enter." A figure slowly stepped in. It was precisely Empyrean Redfeather. In this Jiuluoji, the 9 great Empyreans each acted of their own free will. But to talk about relations, HI+PS, it was pretty good between Empyrean Redfeather and Empyrean Ice Cloud. The moment Redfeather entered the hall, he said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, you have to be more careful." Master Ji traveled around the various territories in this greater part of the year, challenging powerhouses from everywhere, with his fame already shaking the northernmost steppe. But he suddenly discovered that the expressions of everyone in the hall were very amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud even had a face like dead ashes, disbelief on her face. "What is it?" Empyrean Redfeather asked uncertainly. Ice Cloud did not answer. He turned to Yang Feier. Yang Feier laughed bitterly and said, "Lord Redfeather is a step too late. Just earlier, Empyrean Dragonjade broke the contract and already stopped providing medicinal pills to our Ice Cloud Tower." Empyrean Redfeather's expression changed. Following this, he sighed and said, "Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, your attitude should change. This Master G's alchemy strength is unrivaled and really can't be offended." Empyrean Ice Cloud gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was practically at the brink of rampaging already. "I don't believe that a mere 6-star alchemy god can still make the northernmost steppe bow its heads in submission. This Empyrean will go and find Empyrean Shao Yu right now." As Empyrean Ice Cloud said this, she was about to leave. But then she heard Empyrean Redfeather sigh faintly and said, "It's too late. Just earlier, Vast Wind A.S. Semble sent news that Ji Qingyun challenged Empyrean Shao Yu. Empyrean Shao Yu suffered a cruce. HI+ing defeat and carried out the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ji Qingyun. The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the great hall changed wildly. What? Empyrean Shao Yu was also defeated? He's the extreme north's #1 alchemy Tao person, a middle-stage Tao realm powerhouse. Empyrean Ice Cloud was really visibly moved this time. Vast Wind A.S. Symbol was the strongest pill establishment in the northernmost steppe, and Empyrean Xiao Yu was also the publicly recognized strongest 7-star alchemy god in the northernmost steppe. But now Ji Qingyun even defeated him too. Defeated then defeated, but Empyrean Xiao Yu actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple towards Ji Qingyun like Empyrean Lone Swan. Just how monstrous was this Ji Qingyun? Vast Wind A.S. Symbol was actually managed by Feng Tianyang's father. Empyrean Ice Cloud was planning on forcefully bringing Luer to request help from Vast Wind A.S. Symbol just now. But hearing this news, she was akin to being struck by lightning. Matters between Empyreans could not be settled by marriage and becoming in-laws. Ji Qingyun was currently like the noonday sun. Even Empyrean Vast Wind also had to give Ji Qingyun some face. How could he possibly offend Ji Qingyun, this great Buddha, for lure? Let alone that Feng Tianyang had at least 10, if not 8 women too. Why would he pay attention to her, a measly little Empyrean Ice Cloud? Empyrean Ice Cloud suddenly discovered that with how vast the northernmost steppe was, there was actually no place for her to stay anymore. Empyrean Redfeather gave Empyrean Ice Cloud a glance rather sympathetically and sighed and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, after Master Ji returns, give in to him. While he's a little arrogant, he's actually very easygoing." Having contact with Yi Yuan these few days, Empyrean Redfeather discovered that Yi Yuan was actually very easy to have dealings with. As long as one did not oppose him, he would even give quite a lot of concessions in medicinal pills. Furthermore, Ji Qingyun's medicinal pills were really extremely impressive. He requested for a few medicinal pills, and then the disciples under him actually all broke through their cultivation realms. How could this kind of powerhouse be easily offended? Furthermore, Yi Yuan threw them an even larger bait, which was Empyrean Lone Swan. This time, Yi Yuan brought Empyrean Lone Swan along to tour the extreme north. Once they returned, Empyrean Lone Swan might have a large improvement in strength. Chapter 2080, Lowly. Chapter 2080. Lowly at the Grand Pill Establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan was more and more respectful in front of Yi Yuan. During this 1 year, Yi Yuan brought him to tour the extreme north's territories and challenged the various mighty 7-star alchemy gods. There was not a single defeat. Even the extreme north's #1 person, Empyrean Xiao Yu, also completely lost to Yi Yuan. Of course, during this 1 year, Empyrean Lone Swan gleaned immense benefits by following Yi Yuan's side. He was an Empyrean to begin with. He was even more sensitive toward the flow of Tao. The realm that Yi Yuan displayed made him have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Coupled with Yi Yuan's guidance normally, Empyrean Lone Swan was already just a step away from the middle stage Tao realm. At present, he felt incomparably joyful regarding his own decisive decision. So what if he was an Empyrean? Putting down those vague and insubstantial pride and acknowledging an exceptional teacher beats several thousand years of bitter cultivation. Master, it's likely not appropriate for us to isolate the Ice Cloud Tower like this, right? No matter what, she's an Empyrean powerhouse too. At this rate, I'm afraid that she'll be detrimental to you. Empyrean Lone Swan said cautiously. Yi Yuan could tell that Empyrean Lone Swan was really concerned about his safety. But he did not take it to heart and just said coolly, "No worries. Just based on her, she can't harm me yet. Oh right. Help me spread this piece of news out, saying that Master wants to refine a furnace of medicinal pills and require the profound divine physique to assist by the side. If there's a profound divine physique that comes forth, Master will definitely show generous thanks." The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help revealing a strange look as he said, "There's a profound divine physique inside that Ice Cloud Tower." Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and said, "Oh? So coincidental? Forget it, let that old lady get off cheap then. If she can have that profound divine physique come to help me refine pills, this matter will be dropped just like that. Oh right, this piece of news still needs to be spread. Make that old lady come find us. Don't make it like we're Russ. H.I.+ing to beg them. Yes, master. Empyrean Lone Swan received the order and left. Yi Yuan naturally said these words on purpose. Toward Empyrean Lone Swan, Yi Yuan still could not trust completely yet. After all, those who were able to corroborate their Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean in this Jiuluoji, which one was simple. Once anything went wrong with this matter, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself, but wanting to save Luer would become extremely difficult. Traveling along the way for several decades, Yi Yuan had long planned everything out. Empyrean Ice Cloud was not on guard against him at all, but he knew about Empyrean Ice Cloud like the back of his hand. He sought out a profound divine physique to assist in pill refinement with the name of a grandmaster. This was also commonly seen in alchemy and would not arouse people's suspicions. Everything that Yi Yuan did previously was all for the sake of this scheme today. He wanted to make Empyrean Ice Cloud send Luer over willingly. It was just that Lone Swan's action of acknowledging a master made his plan go a little easier. Sure enough, the moment the news was spread, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran over. Just lending for a few days, Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally would not let go of this chance to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. The incident previously was all Ice Cloud failing to see your true ability despite having eyes. I heard that Master G requires the assistance of a profound divine physique in pill refinement. Our Ice Cloud Tower just happens to have a disciple that's of the profound divine physique. Ice Cloud is willing to lend her to Master G to refine pills. I hope that Master G won't bear a grudge against Ice Cloud anymore and let the Ice Cloud Tower off, Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan had long seen through that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was an old lady who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Vast Wind A.S. Semble was strong, so she delivered her disciple up with both hands. Previously, being displeased at the sight of Yi Yuan was because she still had not reached the end of her ropes. But now she saw Yi Yuan's true strength. So, she yielded. How could the coldness and pride from before still be seen at this time? If one did not know, one would even think that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was the neighbor's mother, being very cordial. Looking at this face, Yi Yuan only felt disgust. Luer actually acknowledged such a person as master. Luer truly had eyes but could not see. Humph. Since this G made my first appearance in the world, I've yet to be looked down upon by people like this before. So what if Empyrean? This G can't tell how many Empyreans I've seen before, which one isn't reverent and respectful towards this G. Only Lord Ice Cloud turns your nose up at this G. Act out the full thing when putting on a show. Yi Yuan naturally would not relax his bite so easily. These Empyreans were all extremely cunning. Since he played the role of this arrogant character, then be arrogant until the end. If he let things go so easily, it would arouse people's suspicions instead. At the very least, he had to make Empyrean Ice Cloud feel that refining pills were just in passing, it was not essential. Empyrean Ice Cloud had an awkward look on her face and she said, "What Master G said is right. Actually, after the matter that day, Ice Cloud has always regretted it too. It's just that you felt that you still had a way out and didn't have the need to lower your head to a mere true G.O.D. realm, is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud was even more embarrassed said when she heard that. She suddenly felt that although this Yi Yuan was haughty, he was actually extremely scheming and not the kind of silk pants who looked down on everyone. Just looking at his actions in the extreme north, she could tell that the other party advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, all the way until he forced her into a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud became even more respectful in her heart. She was born with this mindset. If you were strong, she would be weak, but if you were weak, she would be strong. It was all Ice Cloud's fault. I only hope that I can make up for it a little. Ice Cloud hopes that Master G can provide this opportunity, Empyrean Ice Cloud said respectfully. But Yi Yuan said coolly, I can give you the opportunity, but your Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills, the price will increase 10% more than other factions. Don't use that kind of expression to look at me. This is your punishment. You don't think that by sending a profound divine physique over to refine pills, our enmity can be wiped clean off the slate, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ice Cloud had an impulse to vomit blood. To Empyrean factions, the medicinal pills that they expended every year were very considerable. 10% price did not look like much, but ACCU. Mulat, it would be very horrifying. And this was all money thrown away. However, being able to purchase medicinal pills, this was already a substantial step that was taken. Actually, Empyrean Ice Cloud did not care too much about whether or not she could purchase rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal pills. But the rank 7 medicinal pills that Empyrean Lone Swan refined, she could not survive without them. Ice Cloud already heard that during this 1-year period, Empyrean Lone Swan's strength advanced greatly. Many medicinal pills that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. This was simply a piece of Ma's sieve good news to them. These Empyreans' disciples were just tools to earn money for them. Only their own strength becoming powerful was important. Many thanks to Master G for giving Ice Cloud this opportunity. I wonder when Master will be refining the pill, so that Ice Cloud can have people bring the profound divine physique over. Ice Cloud already could not wait to send Lure over. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no hurry. This medicinal pill is very hard to refine. This G still has to prepare. After 3 days you just get people to send her over then. Why? You aren't willing? As Yi Yuan said those words, he discovered that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan could not help furrowing his brows. Empyrean Ice Cloud jumped in fright and hurriedly waved her hands and said, no, no, no. Ice Cloud dare not. It's just that, about Ice Cloud's disciple, Vast Wind A.S. Semble's Feng Tianyang took fancy on her, but she isn't willing, threatening with death at every turn. Ice Cloud is afraid that she'll make use of this chance to escape, so. Chapter 2081. Understand or Not. Chapter 2081. Understand or Not. 3 days later, Ice Cloud Tower's eldest senior sister, He Shangyun, escorted Lure and arrived at Grand Pill establishment. In order to set Empyrean Ice Cloud's mind at ease, Yi Yuan agreed to her terms. All in all, talk about it again after seeing Lure first. But Yi Yuan's requirement was having Empyrean Ice Cloud's eldest disciple personally escorting her over. Because in this way it would show sincerity. N.L.S. Let me tell you this. Don't have any lousy ideas. With me around, you can't go anywhere. He Shangyun said viciously. Lure looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to acknowledge actually, she was long overjoyed in her heart already. Indeed, young master is different from the rest when doing things. If it were others, they would either charge into Ice Cloud Tower desperately or think of ways to infiltrate into Ice Cloud Tower to save people. But her young master was good. He directly made her master deliver her to the doorstep willingly. For more than half a year, Lure had been thinking of what method her young master would use to rescue her every day. She thought of countless possibilities but never thought of this kind of method before. You came to save people, and even had the other party obediently deliver the person that you wanted to save in front of you. This kind of means was truly fantastical. This was, having to help you count money after being sold, right? Lure thought mischievously in her heart. Also, Master G enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, his strength being immensely formidable. If you dare to rebut him at all, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Huh, heard that? Seeing Luer ignore her, He Shang-yun could not help getting irritated. Relax, eldest senior sister. The matter concerns Ice Cloud Tower's future. Luer knows the importance, Luer said coolly. Although Luer had been dissatisfied with Empyrean Ice Cloud these recent few years, she had a pure heart and still had more gratitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud than resentment. After all, in this 1,000 years, it was Empyrean Ice Cloud who imparted to her cultivation method, giving her what she had today. Hope that you know what's good for you. We're about to enter Grand Pill establishment right away. Behave yourself, He Shang-yun said with a cold snort. The two people entered Grand Pill establishment. Under Song Chao's lead, they entered the hall. The moment Luer entered the door, she saw that young and handsome figure who appeared slightly skinny. Her entire person immediately froze there. Even if 1,000 years had passed, even if Yi Yuan's present looks had changed a lot now, Luer still recognized at a glance. This figure lived in her mind every day, lived in her dream, and had never been forgotten. What did she wander for hundreds of millions of miles, arriving at this land of hards? Hi+P endured the disparaging and scorn of her junior and senior apprentice sisters, and whipping punishment for. Wasn't it to not become his burden anymore? But who knew that in the end, young master still had to run around for hundreds of millions of miles and come to this land of extreme north to save her. Thinking up to here, her tears wanted to burst forth from her eyes uncontrollably. Luer was currently thinking of diving toward Yi Yuan, but she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently giving her a look, only then abruptly startling awake. Right now was not the time to identify each other yet. Empyrean Lonzwan was currently seating next to Yi Yuan. Ice Cloud Tower, He Shang-yun pays respect to Master Ji. When He Shang-yun saw Yi Yuan, she bowed respectfully. Seeing that Luer was still in a daze, her face turned cold, and she said in a deep voice, "SL*T, what are you stoning there for? Why haven't you hurrying up and coming over to pay respects to Master Ji?" As she said, she was about to make a move to deal with Luer. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he said with a cold yell, "Insolence!" He Shang-yun did not figure out the situation and said with a cold smile, "SL*T, heard that? You're too impudent. I'm talking about you." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Actually, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart currently already filled his chest. He saw how Luer spent these few years in senior apprentice Sister Sun's memories. This He Shang-yun was the main culprit. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not tell that Luer currently had a great deal of hidden injuries on her body? Clearly, she had suffered considerable torment. Just looking at He Shang-yun's attitude, Yi Yuan could guess that these were likely related to her. It was just that due to Empyrean Lonzwan being present, Yi Yuan could not make a move. Otherwise, the current He Shang-yun would already be a dead person. Ah? Me? He Shang-yun was stunned, clearly not believing it. It was clearly this Laos who did not have manners, so how did it become me who was insolent instead? However, before she could react, Yi Yuan gave a cold yell again, "Lonzwan, slap her mouth." Lonzwan was taken aback, but did not dare to defy, sending a slap over with a whoosh. He also did not understand why Yi Yuan was ting He Shang-yun, but he heard Yi Yuan's fury. Spending a long time with Yi Yuan, he had also grasped a little of Yi Yuan's temperament. Therefore, he did not hold back in this slap. How could the slap of an Empyrean be what He Shang-yun could block? Even if she was able to react to it, she did not dare to block too. Smack! An extremely resounding slap smacked on He Shang-yun's face, directly smacking her flying out. All the way until that moment she was sent flying, He Shang-yun still did not able to understand what was going on. Junior apprentice sister was disrespectful to you, Master Ji. Was there anything wrong if I am disciplining my junior apprentice sister? But Lone Swan knew how far to go when he made his move. Although this slap was loud, it was not lethal. After all, He Shang-yun was Ice Cloud Tower's eldest disciple. If this slap smacked her to death, wouldn't that old lady come find him to fight it out? But Yi Yuan's order, he carried it out without the slightest hesitation. When He Shang-yun crawled to her feet, half of her face was already swollen badly. It was only to see that she had a confused look, clearly not understanding why Yi Yuan wanted to hit her. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what she was thinking and said with a cold smile, "Understood why I hit you or not?" He Shang-yun understood that Yi Yuan was presently the extreme north's big shot. Even her master did not dare to provoke too. She could only endure this slap. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, He Shang-yun shook her head very innocently. "Don't even understand why I hit you? Stupid." Lone Swan, hit again. Yi Yuan said coolly. Lone Swan's expression changed, but he still followed Yi Yuan's order. Another slap landed on the left side of He Shang-yun's face, sending her flying to the other side. How heavy was the slap of an Empyrean! Even if Empyrean Lone Swan controlled his strength, these two slaps were also enough for her to suffer. On the two sides of He Shang-yun's face, the mark of 10 fingers was very distinct, as if imprinted on it. 2 slaps made He Shang-yun see stars and also could not figure out where was north, south, east, and west. After He Shang-yun recovered slightly, Yi Yuan asked again coolly, "Now, do you understand?" How could He Shang-yun still dare to shake her head? She hurriedly nodded her head and said incoherently, "You understood, understood." Who knew that Yi Yuan shouted coldly again, "Lone Swan, hit again." With this, even Lone Swan somewhat pitied He Shang-yun. But he did not have the intention of holding back. Another slap flew over. He Shang-yun was sent flying once more. Only after she crawled to her feet did Yi Yuan say coolly, "Clearly didn't understand, but pretend to understand deserves to be hit." He Shang-yun had 10 million profanities galloping across in her head currently. Your reason for hitting people is really a good reason. It was absolutely out of the question for her to dare say these words out. But He Shang-yun already had tears pouring down her face now, clearly feeling wronged. Humph! In this grand pill establishment, who kneels and who doesn't kneel, it's my call. It's your turn to come and gesture here and there. Now, understand? Yi Yuan looked at He Shang-yun coldly and said calmly. He Shang-yun nodded her head painfully, her face covered with tears. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082. Apologize to me. Chapter 2082. Apologize to me, young master. The moment she entered the medicine refining room in the back hall, Luer could not hold back any more and dove right into Yi Yuan's embrace. She then started sobbing loudly. Yi Yuan consoled carefully, his heart also filled with 1,000 regrets. To other martial artists 1,000 years was very short. But to Yi Yuan and Luer, 1,000 years was far too long. Yi Yuan walking all the way from the state of Qin, the one who accompanied him the longest was Luer. The two of them were known as master and servant, but actually, even Yi Yuan himself also could not tell the two of their feelings anymore. 1,000 years was seemingly as long as seas changing into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas to them. "All right, don't cry, don't cry. Young master came to fetch you home." Yi Yuan patted Luer's back lightly, and said akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Ever since Lier and the rest left Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan was very worried every day. Later, compared to the situation of White Light and Lier, the one that he worried about most was naturally Luer. But Luer did not have any news all along. Yi Yuan was also greatly anxious in his heart. The suffering involved, only he himself was aware. Sniff, sniff. "Young master, I even thought, hoo-hoo, did you think that senior apprentice sister, son of yours came to capture me, bully me?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Luer nodded her head. These few years, she lost all desire for food and drink. What she was most worried about was this. Miss Luer rest assured. His Excellency has a high prestige now. He defeated the southern border with his power alone, and he is presently the southern border's #1 alchemy god. Also, the present Heavenly Eagle is also the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses have to respectfully call Grandmaster Yi when they see His Excellency. Those few senior apprentice sisters of yours didn't even figure out the situation and ran over to capture His Excellency, simply not knowing life from death. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile on his face. When Luer heard, it felt like she was listening to a book from heaven, her brain not quite enough to use. Southern Borders #1 Alchemy god and Southern Borders #1 Alchemy Holy Land. The present Luer naturally knew how vast a land the southern border was. Yi Yuan actually became a figure that could command the wind and rain like so in the entire southern border. Turns out that young master is already this formidable? Luer was shocked and also happy. The more impressive her young master was, the happier she naturally would be. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter how impressive, I'm also your young master." Suddenly Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His expression turned cold and he said, "You have injuries all over your body. Someone should have used a lightning attribute array formation to hurt you, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's that eldest senior sister of yours, He Shangyun, right?" Luer said in surprise, "Young master, you already knew?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "That senior apprentice sister Sun of yours was stupid and was already soul-searched by me. If this was not the case, why would I set up such a grand scheme and make Empyrean Ice Cloud send you over obediently?" When Luer heard this, she could not help feeling pain in her heart. Yi Yuan knew Luer's personality and said with a sigh, "Oh it's been so many years, you're also a grown girl already, to actually not have changed at all. He Shangyun and Sun Mengyao abused you like so, but why you actually still want to plead on their behalf?" When Luer heard that, she could not help saying with a wronged face, They are my senior apprentice sisters after all." Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and changed the topic. He said, "All right, don't talk anymore. Young master will help you treat your wounds first." Inspecting for Luer, only then did Yi Yuan know how severe the injuries on Luer's body were. How brilliant were Yi Yuan's medical skills. Inspecting slightly, he knew that some of the wounds on Luer's body already lasted for several decades. There were even some old injuries that had been buried in the body for several hundred years. The more he examined, the greater the fury in Yi Yuan's heart. He already secretly made up his mind that this He Shangyun must be eliminated. Of course, he would not tell Luer. Just not long after Yi Yuan and Luer entered the medicine refining room, a matter that shook the Jiuluoji happened. Vast Wind Semble's Empyrean Vast Wind's son, Feng Tianyang, exited seclusion. Empyrean Vast Wind's brother, Empyrean Windlike, brought Feng Tianyang, and as a large contingent of troops, and came to Jiuluoji to get married. And the target of marriage was a disciple of Ice Cloud Tower. This matter caused a great sensation in the entire Semble. Ice Cloud Tower, that was originally a relatively weak power in Jiuluoji, became a highly popular faction all of a sudden. Vast Wind Semble was one of the strongest forces in the northernmost steppe. Empyrean Vast Wind was even a fifth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, his status incomparably venerated. Different from Jiuluoji, everyone going their own way, Vast Wind Semble was ruled by Empyrean Vast Wind alone. There were as many as over a dozen Empyrean powerhouses under his command. And Feng Tianyang was even known as the northernmost steppe's #1 genius, and already a ninth firmament true god mighty expert. Just a step away and he could enter the realm of Empyrean. Even Empyrean Ice Cloud also did not expect that Vast Wind Semble would regard it with such importance, to actually send Empyrean Windlike here. At this time, all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples all came out to welcome Empyrean Windlike's party. The other 8 great Empyreans were also all present. Hoo-hoo, not seeing for many years, younger sister Ice Cloud is more and more beautiful, Empyrean Windlike said with a laugh. Empyrean Ice Cloud smiled and said, Brother Windlike is making fun of Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud is already a faded beauty. So how am I beautiful? Empyrean Windlike could not help laughing as he said, What years is there to speak of for cultivators of our generation? Younger sister Ice Cloud is too modest. At this time, another old man stepped forward to greet her. The moment Ice Cloud looked, who was it if not Empyrean Xiaoyu? Empyrean Ice Cloud hurriedly returned the courtesy. She did not expect that Empyrean Xiaoyu actually came together too. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Vast Wind AAS. Semble was attaching too much importance to this marriage, right? To actually have 2 Empyreans come at once. After all, Feng Tianyang had a lawfully wedded wife. Marrying Luer was merely as a concubine. Those who were not aware of the details all knew that Empyrean Xiaoyu probably had an ulterior motive, and it was with that Master Ji. Especially Empyrean Longswan, it was something that he already knew. This Empyrean Xiaoyu was actually very envious of him entering Yi Yuan's tutelage. Feng Tianyang pays respect to Senior Ice Cloud and various seniors. At this time, a mighty youth flashed out from behind Empyrean Windlike and bowed to Empyrean Ice Cloud. But his appearance was not as a junior bowing respectfully to a senior, but as peers talking on equal footing. Empyrean Ice Cloud did not mind either, saying with a smile, Hoo-hoo, not seeing for some time, Honorable Nephew Feng's cultivation grows with each pot. Sing day. Empyrean Ice Cloud was also very surprised in her heart. The last time she saw Feng Tianyang was still 100 years ago. At that time, Feng Tianyang was merely a middle-stage 9th firmament true God. Now that 100 years past said, Feng Tianyang's strength already approached grand completion. He was only a step away from becoming an Empyrean. At this rate, in less than 2,000 years, this boy would likely be stepping into the realm of Empyrean. Feng Tianyang just smiled faintly, paying no attention to this kind of compliment. It was just that his gaze swept, but his brows knitted together, and he said in a solemn voice, Senior Ice Cloud Tower, your Ice Cloud Tower's disciples are all here. Why is only Luer missing? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed and she hurriedly gave a few words of explanation. Who knew that Feng Tianyang gave a cold snort and said, Senior Ice Cloud, your way of doing things is also too preposterous. Lone Swan is my unwed wife. You actually had her stay in the same room with another man. Empyrean Lone Swan, that Ji Qingyun is your Grand Pill establishment's people. You order them to bring Ji Qingyun over right now and apologize to me. Just say that I, Feng Tianyang, said it. Chapter 2083. Self-Satisfied. Chapter 2083. Self-satisfied. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Was this opposing Master Ji? Everyone knew that at present, in this northernmost steppe, Master Ji's limelight was in full bloom, even crushing Ice Cloud Tower until it had to bow its head in submission. And Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person of the junior generation, a peerless heaven's chosen, a powerhouse who was about to step into Empyrean. These two great gods were going to clash head-on? Empyrean Xiaoyu's brows furrowed and he said, Tianyang, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right? Feng Tianyang was unrivaledly domineering as he said with a cold snort, What's inappropriate about it? I've long wanted to meet this Ji Qingyun. I want to see if he's really as impressive as the legends say. He was not an alchemist and did not have that much awe and veneration toward Yi Yuan at all. In his view, no matter how impressive this Master Ji was, if he could not be used by him, what use was there? Since he wanted to meet Master Ji, and there was also such a good excuse, so why not use it? As for whatever lone man and woman, Feng Tianyang was not worried at all. In this land of extreme north, no one dared to touch his, Feng Tianyang's, woman. Seeing Lone Swan not moving, Feng Tianyang said in a cold voice, "What, Lone Swan? Can't hear my words?" At this time, Feng Tianyang was already very impolite when speaking. Facing Empyrean Lone Swan, he even dropped the honorifics and actually directly called him by name. Lone Swan's expression flickered incessantly. Vast Wind Assemble was powerful. He could not afford to provoke Feng Tianyang. Among the extreme North's factions, they were mutually interdependent and also exercised control over each other. A major faction like Vast Wind Assemble, its strength exceeded the other factions by significantly a lot. Others naturally could not afford to provoke it. In the northernmost steppe, the situation of one faction swallowing another was not rare. For the Vast Wind Assemble to have such a scale, it was the result of Empyrean Vast Wind going on expeditions all around. It was precisely because Empyrean Vast Wind was very domineering, sweeping across the extreme north, that Feng Tianyang had the confidence to treat these Empyreans as he pleased. Empyrean Ice Cloud was already frightened by Yi Yuan and could only warn Tianyang that Master Ji's personality is very proud. "I'm afraid that," Feng Tianyang sneered and said, "Scared of what? Isn't Senior Ice Cloud just worried that there will be no one supplying medicinal pills in the future? Rest assured, Luer will be this Feng's wife in the future. Why would I ignore her parental home? Senior Xiao Yu, we'll supply Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills in the future. There's no problem, right?" Empyrean Xiao Yu understood in his heart that Feng Tianyang was making an example out of Ji Qingyun. It was just that Feng Tianyang was the same as his father, being extremely domineering. He could only nod and said, "No problem." The moment Ice Cloud heard, she immediately felt assurance in her heart and said smilingly, "Then, I really thank you so much, Honorable Nephew Tianyang." He Shangyun was long already bursting with joy behind Empyrean Ice Cloud and complained tearfully, "Master, that Master Ji is really too arrogant. You have to stand up for me." That day, she escorted Luer to Yi Yuan there. In the end, she was directly dealt a few slaps by Yi Yuan. Until today, the swelling still had not gone down. After He Shangyun, who had a stricken senseless look, returned, she complained tearfully to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Although Empyrean Ice Cloud was angry, how could she still dare to offend Yi Yuan? She could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and swapped with second eldest sister, Yang Fei, to go over. But now it was different. Empyrean Ice Cloud said coolly, "Since that's the case, you take a trip together with Empyrean Lone Swan then. If that Yi Yuan dares to go against Honorable Nephew Tianyang's orders, directly detain him and bring him here." Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Ice Cloud, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're ignoring this Empyrean?" "Humph. Lone Swan, could it be that you're deeming this Feng as nothing?" Empyrean Ice Cloud had not spoken yet when Feng Tianyang said with a cold snort. Lone Swan's expression changed several times. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Empyrean Ice Cloud was overjoyed in her heart. She originally thought that Feng Tianyang was just playing with Luer. Looking at it now, he clearly regarded Luer with great importance. With the Vast Wind Assemble as a backer, who would she still be scared of in this Juluoji? "Shangyun, what are you still in a daze for?" Ice Cloud said coolly. A hint of a cold smile flashed across He Shangyun's face, and she followed after. The group of Empyreans was silent like cicadas in winter. Clearly, they did not expect such a big hoo-ha to occur the moment they met. Although they were all not willing to offend Master Ji, Feng Tianyang clearly did not think so. Everyone also discerned that Feng Tianyang wanted to take Ji Qingyun into use for himself. If he could not compel him to submit, then he would destroy him. Although everyone felt that it was a shame, they also did not say anything. After all, in this northernmost steppe, the strong reigned supreme. In the end, Ji Qingyun was merely a true god realm. Even if He Xiangyun went, he was not a match against her. He Xiangyun was self-satisfied and already plotting on finding Yi Yuan to settle the scores. She had lived in this Jiuluoji for so many years and had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. She had the personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance to begin with. Now that she found a chance, how could she not take revenge? Previously, not daring to make a move was dreading Empyrean Lone Swan on one hand. On the other hand, it was that Yi Yuan's prestige was too strong, she did not dare to offend. But now, with Feng Tianyang backing her up, what was she still afraid of? A mere Yi Yuan, so what even if his pill refinement was any stronger? With her ninth firmament true god powerful strength, wouldn't trampling on Yi Yuan still be effortless? Master, vast wind assembles Feng Tianyang has arrived. He said to have you send Miss Lure over. Also, talking up to here, Empyrean Lone Swan truly found it hard to speak out anymore. At this time, He Xiangyun followed closely behind. Seeing Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, she could not help laughing mockingly and said in a clear voice, Ji Qingyun, get out for your grand aunt. Lord Tianyang orders you to immediately bring that SL*T over and offer an apology to him. Empyrean Lone Swan's brows furrowed slightly, opening his mouth but did not say anything. The vast wind assemble was powerful. He, Lone Swan, alone, could not afford to provoke. However, no one answered. He Xiangyun clearly did not have that patience. Not answering was perfect. If Ji Qingyun went obediently, she would really not have the reason to explode. Senior Lone Swan, I believe that you've also heard Lord Tianyang's words. Now, it's Ji Qingyun making light of Lord Tianyang. Don't blame Xiangyun for taking action. Finished talking, He Xiangyun was just about to make a move to destroy the door. Empyrean Lone Swan snorted coldly and said angrily, Get lost! How can Master's prestige be what you can violate? He Xiangyun's face changed, but she was not afraid. She then said with a cold smile, Senior Lone Swan, you're also an exalted Empyrean. To actually acknowledge a 6-star alchemy god as a master? Now, Lord Tianyang is clearly going to take care of Ji Qingyun. With vast wind assemble smite, could it be that you wish to resist with your power alone? When talking, He Xiangyun had a smug look. With Feng Tianyang backing her up at the back, why would she think anything of one Empyrean Lone Swan? Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed several times. Finally, he said with a dark expression, Stay here obediently for this Empyrean. If you dare to move rashly, this Empyrean definitely won't spare you. Done talking, his figure moved and he was planning on pushing the door and entering. Right at this time, the hall's door opened with a creak. A figure slowly walked out. When He Xiangyun saw Yi Yuan, a hint of delight from taking vengeance flashed across on her face. Pointing her finger, she said in a commanding tone, This young lady thought that you had a tough and unyielding character, and would rather break than bend. Didn't expect that, you're a loser too. Call Lure and take a trip with this young lady. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he walked over leisurely, his aura growing stronger and stronger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Seeing Yi Yuan come in a threatening manner, He Xiangyun was not alarmed but happy instead. She was currently worried about not finding the reason to fly off the handle, but she did not expect that Yi Yuan actually delivered himself to the door. Peak 6 Firmament True God? Hoo Ji Qingyun, the humiliation that you gave this grand aunt this time, I'll return it to you this time along with the interest. He Xiangyun revealed a cruel smile. At the same time, her aura rose to the peak. That delightful sensation of taking vengeance was practically filling her up. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was nothing at all in her eyes. She was Ice Cloud Tower's head disciple, an initial stage 9th firmament true God mighty expert. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6th firmament true God still be captured with ease? Master, you're not her match, you mustn't be rash. Plus, Empyrean Longswan's face changed, and he was about to make a move. But his figure had not moved yet when Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice came over. Yi Yuan said, "No need for you to take action. This be *tch, I'll do it myself." Originally, He Xiangyun was still somewhat wary of Empyrean Longswan. But this guy was actually courting death himself. At once, He Xiangyun laughed coldly, ice laws suddenly expanding out, ravaging over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. The commotion was outrageous, making the Empyrean Longswan by the side feel anxious and fearful. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. The very first step was just around 10 feet, but the further to the back, the greater the distance his one step took. Under He Xiangyun's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. Freezing domain. He Xiangyun shouted and said with a cold smile, "The humiliation that you gave me, I'm going to return all." The words were said halfway when He Xiangyun's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified look. Yi Yuan actually said through inside her freezing domain with ease, arriving in front of her in a blink of an eye. Smack! A resounding slap instantly echoed throughout the entire Grand Pill establishment. This slap, Yi Yuan did not employ divine essence. It was merely struck with the power of the physical body. However, how horrifying was the power of his physical body! This slap directly slapped He Xiangyun flying out. Empyrean Longswan and Yang Feier, who were not far away, both opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan, who was just 6th firmament true God, sent the 9th firmament true God He Xiangyun flying with a slap? Yi Yuan took a step out, stood in front of He Xiangyun with his hands behind his back, and said coolly, "Just now, what did you say that you were going to do with the humiliation I gave you?" He Xiangyun's face hurt to the extreme and already lost all sensation. Currently, half of her face was already swollen badly, being akin to a pig's head. She covered her face, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Her freezing domain could even freeze S.P. AC, but Yi Yuan actually cut through it? How was this possible? The reason why she did so just now was actually to give the frozen Yi Yuan a few slaps to take back her humiliation. Who knew that her freezing domain actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all? How could He Xiangyun know that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were sufficient to rival Empyreans? She only came into contact with a smattering of spatial law through ice law. How could she resist Yi Yuan? I'll kill you. After the shock, He Xiangyun completely turned angry from embarrassment and already had killing intent aroused. In her view, it was just a moment of carelessness earlier. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be her match. Limitless ice arrows. He Xiangyun's gaze was full of hatred. Forming seals in her hands, compact and tiny ice arrows suddenly condensed in SPAC, and they carried out indiscriminate attacks inside this area of SPAC. Even if a 9th firmament true God got caught inside, they would also be injured even if they did not die. She was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than her. The moment He Xiangyun's spell activated, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Smack! Another slap sent her flying once more. Yi Yuan looked at He Xiangyun with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Kill me? Based on your strength?" By the side, Empyrean Longswan was long already stupefied from watching. It was his first time knowing that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so strong. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, his fleshy body even reached the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's 6th transformation golden body seemed to be special. Yang Feier similarly had an astonished look. The extremely powerful eldest senior sister in her eyes actually lost and failed to even receive a single move. Not only was this Master Ji's alchemy strength fearsome, but the strength of his martial art was also formidable. What kind of monster was this? But at this time, she could not look on with folded arms any more as well, her figure moving and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and she said, "You want to stop me?" Yang Feier's expression was pale. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match, but she said stubbornly, "Eldest senior sister was disrespectful toward Master Ji. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope that Master Ji shows mercy." At this time, Empyrean Lone Swan also urged, "Master, hold on just a moment. That Feng Tianyang currently wants to use you to establish awe. If you kill He Shangyun, wouldn't you fall right into his scheme?" When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh? If I want to become enemies with this Feng Tianyang, what will you choose?" Presently, it already reached the moment of a showdown. Lone Swan's every action and conduct was all within Yi Yuan's observations. He Shangyun came representing Feng Tianyang. Just now, when she made a move toward him, Lone Swan was clearly planning on taking action. Looking at it like this Lone Swan was rather sincere toward him. Lone Swan let out a sigh, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. Feng Tianyang is naturally nothing, but behind him is Empyrean Vast Wind, one of the extreme north's strongest existences. Even if I want to stand up for Master, my spirit is willing, but my strength is lacking too." To Empyrean Lone Swan, Vast Wind A.S. Semble was a colossal giant. A mere grand pill establishment was totally not enough to look at in front of the Vast Wind A.S. Semble. Although he was an Empyrean powerhouse, he had to lower his head too. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan and said with a smile, "I'm only asking you. If I must shed all pretenses of cordiality with Feng Tianyang, what will you do?" Although Yi Yuan looked like he was joking, Lone Swan understood in his heart that Yi Yuan already made a decision in his heart. Now was the time where it was his turn to make a decision. Was it to stand on Yi Yuan's side and fight till the death, or betray Yi Yuan and stand on Feng Tianyang's side? But this was a battle where no hope could be seen at all. Just based on him, one Empyrean, how was it enough? Once they lost all decorum. Don't talk about Empyrean Vast Wind, who was in the distance Vast Wind A's Semble. Even Jiluo Ji's Empyreans would also definitely stand on Feng Tianyang's side. Empyrean Lone Swan's face revealed a struggling look, clearly extremely conflicted in his heart. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. But this kind of pointless sacrifice, he was truly unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not urge either. He just looked at Empyrean Lone Swan indifferently, waiting for him to make his decision. At this time, He Shangyun finally struggled to her feet and said inarticulately, "Just based on you, a puny little true G. Oh, D-Realm, you also dare to become enemies with Lord Tianyang? Reckless and blind thing. Where's Lure that SL*T? Why haven't you made her come out?" Slap, slap, slap. Yang Feier did not even react to it, and Yi Yuan already arrived behind He Shangyun. A series of slaps greeted her, hitting until He Shangyun's blood and foam sputtered, her eyes seeing stars. After no idea how many slaps, Yi Yuan finally stopped. Looking at the dead pig-like He Shangyun, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Know why I hit you?" He Shangyun's eyes rolled back and she instinctively shook her head. She also really wanted to know what Yi Yuan targeted her like so. Yang Feier was clearly by the side too, but Yi Yuan did not touch her at all. Was it merely because she offended him? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Because I'm called Yi Yuan." Chapter 2085, Sit Back and Wait. Chapter 2085. Sit Back and Wait. Yi Yuan? Who was Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan was struck silly by Yi Yuan, her brain not wrapping itself around it for a while. Rather, it was Yang Feier who suddenly cried out in surprise. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, she said with a cry of surprise. Yi Yuan? You're that young master who Luer spoke of. Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, That's right. It's precisely me. Senior apprentice Sister Fair, for the past 1,000 years, thank you very much for taking care of Luer. As he said, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Yang Fair, to show his thanks. This bow, it came from the bottom of Yi Yuan's heart. In these 1,000 years, if not for Yang Fair looking after, Luer would probably have died long ago. Yang Fair was full of disbelief and muttered, How is this possible? Didn't junior apprentice sister soon go to find you? Oh right. With your strength, how can junior apprentice sister soon be your match? Speaking up until here, Yang Fair shook her head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who could have expected that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than eldest senior sister He Shangyun? One had to know Luer's cultivation speed was already extremely horrifying, cultivating from the Heaven Glimpse realm to the true God realm in 1,000 over years' time. How could Ice Cloud Tower's people think that her young master's cultivation talent was even more horrifying than hers? Although his realm was still clearly lacking, his combat power was off the charts, directly using the power of the fleshy body to crush He Shangyun, who was a 9th firmament true God. This kind of talent was truly terrifying to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan was also an unrivaled alchemy master, sweeping across the northernmost steppe, making a group of 7-star alchemy gods bow their heads in submission. The shock in Yang Fair's heart simply could not be any greater. Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? Why you're Yi Yuan? He Shangyun used fled voice and cried out in surprise. Although they could not hear what she was saying too clearly, they could hear her fear. He Shangyun finally understood why Yi Yuan found fault and directly gave her a few slaps. It turned out that he was taking revenge for Luer. That target that they could freely need in their hearts actually appeared in the northernmost steppe now, casually needing them. This kind of thing made people too unable to accept it. Just like you saw an ant from afar. Walking in front of it to take a look, turns out that it was a giant. That kind of terror, this kind of shock, simply could not use words to describe. Who also you? For the past 1,000 years, I have to thank you for taking extra care of Luer. Of course, stemming from repayment, you can go and die already. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out, directly blasting He Shangyun to dregs, destroyed in body and soul. At this time, Yang Fair finally recovered from the shock, and looked toward Yi Yuan while being somewhat fearful as she said, Why you hurry up and bring Luer away from here, while Feng Tianyang hasn't discovered it yet. Not only does he want Luer, but he also wants to deal with you. If you let him discover your relations, Hi+P with Luer, he definitely won't spare you. When Yang Fair learned of Yi Yuan's real ident, what she thought about right away was to have them hurry up and escape. The further they ran, the better. After all, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true God realm. In this Luoji, there were 10 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Once discovered by them, the two of them could forget about escaping. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Leave here? Why leave? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. The reason why I stayed behind is to meet this Feng Tianyang. I want to see what kind of character he is. Yang Fair even thought that Yi Yuan's temperament flared up and said anxiously, Now isn't the time to be willful. Feng Tianyang's strength is not what eldest senior sister can compare to. Furthermore, he even brought 2 Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Empyrean Loneswan and said smilingly, Have you thought about things over? If you've thought it through, swear a heavenly Tao oath, you only have this one chance. Empyrean Loneswan kept quiet by the side the entire time, but in his heart, monstrous waves were similarly stirred up. Although he did not understand what was going on, He could think of the reason why Yi Yuan suddenly appeared in Jiluoji. His goal was simply lure. What a grand scheme! The entire Jiluoji's people were toyed with by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hand. Especially Empyrean Ice Cloud, she actually even delivered lure over submissively. If not for seeing with his own eyes, he would not believe even if beaten to death that the entire northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses became Yi Yuan's tool. What kind of scheming was this? What kind of daringness? What kind of means? However, Lone Swan still could not tell what confidence Yi Yuan had, to dare remain here and provoke Feng Tianyang. Hang on. Yi Yuan played such a grand game of chess, so how could he possibly not leave himself a way out? Thinking all about these, Lone Swan was taken aback by the shock. In this 1 year plus of living together, he thought that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But only today did he discover that his understanding of Yi Yuan was too little. In fact, he, an Empyrean powerhouse, was unable to imagine just what Yi Yuan's path of retreat was. Suddenly, he sucked in a deep breath and made the wisest decision in this life. Lone Swan is willing to follow Master till death and absolutely not betray. If I violate this oath, Lone Swan is willing to accept heaven's punishment. Empyrean Lone Swan said in a solemn voice. By the side, Yang Feier could not help being struck dumb with amazement. She felt that the scares that she suffered in this life were not as many as today. After Empyrean Lone Swan knew about Yi Yuan's real identity, 1. He actually swore a heavenly Tao oath and said that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan? Was he crazy? Smart. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and threw 2 jade plates to Lone Swan and Yang Feier respectively, saying coolly, "In a while, if you encounter danger, just deploy divine essence and shatter the jade plates. It will naturally ensure your safety." Empyrean Lone Swan's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that he indeed did not misjudge. It was just that, could this small piece of jade plate escape from under the noses of 10 Empyreans? That Empyrean Windlike, Empyrean Redfeather, both were third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. An hour arrived in a flash. Inside Ice Cloud Tower, Feng Tianyang slowly opened both eyes and said coldly, "Looks like he's refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Looks like this Ji Qinyun hasn't figured out who has the final say in this land of extreme north." By the side, Ice Cloud said with a cold snort, "That kid doesn't have anyone in his eyes in the first place. He's someone who won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. But, logically speaking, Shang Yun should have also brought him back already. Could it be that Brother Lone Swan stood in the way?" Feng Tianyang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "I think that this Lone Swan is likely muddle-headed with age to actually acknowledge a true D realm as his master with the status of an Empyrean. Marshal uncle, let's go over and take a look. If that Lone Swan doesn't know how to appreciate favors, we don't mind sending him off." Empyrean Windlike nodded slightly and slowly followed after. Seeing Feng Tianyang seethe with killing intent, Empyrean Ice Cloud was incomparably delighted in her heart. She had long found Yi Yuan and Lone Swan displeasing to the eyes. This time, she could just nicely borrow a blade and kill people. Erasing these 2 people, Jiluoji would have peace and tranquility. The group of Empyreans and true Gods arrived at Grand Pill establishment in a threatening manner but discovered that the hall had just experienced a great battle. While the Grand Pill establishment was long already void of people. On the hall's stone steps, Yi Yuan sat with his ankle on his knee, sitting on a wooden armchair, drinking wine calmly as the wine aroma overflowed. Empyrean Lone Swan and Yang Feier 2 people were standing on the left and right in attendance. Chapter 2086 Soul Planting Secret Art. Chapter 2086 Soul Planting Secret Art. Feeling the BLOODY smell pervading in the air, Feng Tianyang's gaze turned slightly cold. But he did not look at Yi Yuan but looked toward Empyrean Lone Swan. "Lone Swan, you actually dared to kill He Shang Yun. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my vast wind symbol? Feng Tianyang said coldly. In his view, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to kill He Shangyun, unless Lone Swan turned traitor. Lone Swan shook his head lightly and said, "She wasn't killed by this Empyrean." Feng Tianyang smiled coldly and said, "Still want to quibble? Apart from you, who else can kill He Shangyun here? Also, what's the meaning of this, junior apprentice Sister Yang?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's two eyes narrowed and she said in a solemn voice, "Fair, why haven't you come over here?" Yang Fair looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud. Those eyes were like looking at a stranger. "Master, it's Fair's last time calling you like this. From today onward, Fair will be leaving Ice Cloud Tower." Yang Fair said coolly. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower's pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Treacherous disciple, do you know what you're saying? Master nurtured you for so many years, but you actually want to break away from the Ice Cloud Tower? Fair, kill the person in front of you and return in front of Master. Master can take it as if nothing happened." Talking toward the back, Empyrean Ice Cloud's words gradually became gentle, like a benevolent mother. When Empyrean Ice Cloud was saying this, a light flashed in her eyes. A mysterious power transmitted out of her body, reaching Yang Fair. This power was extremely hidden. Even the Empyrean powerhouses present were unable to detect it. It was just that Yang Fair was not moved at all, as if she did not hear it at all. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, her voice becoming sharp as she said, "Fair, Master is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" At this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, "Are you wondering why you used the Divine Soul Mystic Art, but Senior Apprentice Sister Fair didn't listen to your orders?" When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, her heart jumped wildly. Her soul-planting secret art was extremely hidden. How did this boy discover it? Furthermore, her secret art had never failed before. Why would Yang Fair not listen to her orders? Empyrean Ice Cloud had a stomach full of doubts, but she was an old monster who had lived for several 100,000 years in the end. She naturally would not reveal it easily. "Stinking brat, at death's door, and you're still spurting nonsense here. Do you believe that this Empyrean will tear your mouth right now?" Empyrean Ice Cloud said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Unsavory history got dug out by me and turned angry from Embara. Meant? Ho-hoo, using a divine soul mystic art to control your own disciples. A master like you really makes people's hair stand on end." The moment these words came out, the faces of all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples changed drastically. They looked towards Empyrean Ice Cloud with a look of terror, disbelief on their faces. Being planted with a divine soul mystic art was equivalent to being another person's slave. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could make them do anything. This kind of thing, any martial artist would not be willing. This kind of method, what difference was there between them and a bunch of pigs reared in pens? Even the other Empyreans also looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud with incredibly shocked gazes. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes were icy cold as she said in a frosty voice, "Humph! Despicable little brute, want to use this kind of method to sow discord in the Ice Cloud Tower? Do you think that you have a chance to escape like this?" Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly. A powerful to the extreme ice law suddenly expanded out and a palm smacked over toward Yi Yuan. How fearsome was the palm of an Empyrean! But right at this time, Empyrean Lone Swan similarly made his move. Bang! The two people exchanged a palm in the air, leveling Grand Pill establishment to the ground. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, his gaze gradually becoming cold. When he treated Luer's injuries, he was extra cautious and inspected Luer's divine soul through the soul-suppressing pearl, only then, discovering an abnormality, and could not help breaking out into cold sweat from alarm. It turned out that this was Empyrean Ice Cloud's true trump card. This kind of divine soul mystic art was extremely hidden. It was concealed within the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method. When Ice Cloud Tower's disciples cultivated this cultivation method, it would secretly leave behind Empyrean Ice Cloud's divine soul imprints in their divine souls. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could control these disciples through her divine soul imprints at any time. If not for Yi Yuan having a secret treasure like the soul-suppressing pearl, he would really not be able to discover it. With this trump card here, Empyrean Ice Cloud was not worried at all that Lure would not give in. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud did not wish to arouse the disciples' vigilance, coupled with that Feng Tianyang was currently in close seclusion and the time was not up yet. That was why she did not activate it. As for capturing him to threaten Lure, it would naturally be good if she got him, but it also did not matter if she did not. At that time, she just had to play a little trick in Lure's divine soul. No one would discover it at all. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud exhausted every power of her brain and also did not think that her unnecessary move provoked a Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan ferreted this out, he also felt lingering fear. If not for him being extra cautious, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. At the same time, he also brimmed with killing intent. This Empyrean Ice Cloud deserved to be killed. After taking care of He Shangyun earlier, Yi Yuan gave Yang Feier an inspection and indeed discovered that she was also planted with a divine soul imprint and conveniently wiped it away for her. Otherwise, Yang Feier also would not have this attitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Killing off witnesses just based on you? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud and said with a cold smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, she said to Feng Tianyang, "Honorable nephew Tianyang, this boy is spurting nonsense. Also don't know where he sent Lure to. He truly deserves death." Everyone's hearts turned cold, aware that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to borrow a knife to kill people. Feng Tianyang's gaze looked at Yi Yuan coldly and he said coolly, "Kid, this young master give you a chance now. Hand Lure over, then kneel down and beg for mercy. This young master will let you become the vast wind assemble's grand protector, making your status even above senior Xiao Yu's." In Feng Tianyang's view, Yi Yuan was merely a trapped beast currently. He gave him a way out, he should be shedding tears of gratitude. Of course, he was eyeing Yi Yuan's pill-refining strength. Controlling such an alchemy genius in vast wind assemble, in the future, after he corroborates his Tao as an Empyrean, it would also not be impossible for him to lead the vast wind assemble and unify the land of extreme north. Feng Tianyang's ambition was extremely great, even stronger than his father's. In front of him, either submit or die. It was also precisely because so that even when these Empyreans saw him, they were also all very wary. It was a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and shook his head, laughing in spite of himself as he said, "A toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating your own ability. Just the likes of you are also fit to make me submit? Swaggering and tearing here, what you're relying on are those Empyreans beside you, right?" Feng Tianyang burst out laughing and said, "Kid, you think that because your alchemy Tao is powerful, you can turn your nose up at other people? Alchemy Tao is ultimately a minor Tao. Martial Tao is the truly great Tao that leads to heaven. Why would I, Feng Tianyang, rely on other people's strength? Ji Qingyun, I know that you're unconvinced, but you don't need to goad me either, because you're not qualified enough yet. Dealing with you, why would I need an Empyrean to take action? If you want to stand before me, beat them first before talking." Feng Tianyang waved his hand. 7 to 8 young men walked to the front of the crowd. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Chapter 2087. This is your martial Tao? Chapter 2087. This is your martial Tao? W. A.N. Jining Zhou Qianhui Su Xinyu. My G.O.D. Those are all the various Empyreans' head disciples. It's over this time, Master G is dead for sure. These head disciples, the weakest is also an initial stage 9th firmament true God. How to fight. Apart from He Xiangyun, who had already died, and Master Song Chao, Jiluo Ji's young generation's top experts are all gathered here. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Clearly, this lineup gave them a fright. These head disciples were all very powerful existences, even among 9th firmament true Gods. There was no problem at all cruce. Hi+ing those in the same rank. Master G was still a little away from late-stage true God realm, so how was he going to fight them? Feng Tianyang had a proud look as he turned to Lonzhuan and said coolly, Lonzhuan, the affairs of the younger generation will be left to us. You'd best not meddle in it. Otherwise, don't blame this Feng for not being courteous. Empyrean Lonzhuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Relax, this Empyrean won't take action. W.A.N. Ji Ning looked at Yi Yuan with a disdainful look and said coolly, Brother Feng, dealing with a trash like this, W.A.N. Ji Ning alone is more than enough. Why is there a need to mobilize everyone? Yi Yuan sneered and said, A trash like this? If I didn't see wrongly, you recently consumed the I Ching pill that I refined. That's how you broke through to peak 9th firmament true God, right? W.A.N. Ji Ning said coolly, So what? Didn't you hear Brother Feng? Martial Dao is the great Dao. In front of our martial prowess, you're as fragile as an ant. When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, Very good. Looks like I've underestimated the northern people's degree of shamelessness. Jiluo Ji's Empyreans really made me have a completely new appraisal of them. The few of you attacked together then. Yi Yuan could tell that these few people had all consumed the medicinal pills that he refined, their cultivations all having an overnight transformation. This kind of favor, W.A.N. Ji Ning actually summed it up in a few words and said it out simply. How shameless was it? Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were hard to exchange for using money. Even if it was a tiny bit of improvement, it saved hundreds, even thousands of years for these people. Attack together? You haven't gone delirious from fear, right? W.A.N. Ji Ning and the rest could not help laughing as they said. In their view, no matter how strong Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was, it was merely becoming a wedding gown for others. How much strength could he have? Yi Yuan did not even reach the late-stage true God realm, but he actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to fight 1-on-7. He was truly ignorant until it was laughable in their eyes. Hoo-hoo, looks like this punk is normally kept aloof from the Ma. SES and already forgot what's called awe and veneration. Since that's the case, let's teach him, Su Xinyu said proudly with a faint smile. Finished talking, the 7 people had amused looks on their faces as they sped over towards Yi Yuan. Regarding this kind of battle, they were all somewhat unconcerned. Too lacking of a challenge. It was just that they did not detect that an amused expression similarly showed on Empyrean Lonzhuan's face. Yi Yuan and Feng Tianyang, who was more formidable, he did not know. But for Yi Yuan to dare let these people attack together, then he definitely thought nothing of them. These people were stronger than He Xiangyun, but they were also not much stronger. Yi Yuan suppressed He Xiangyun with a slap. He reckoned that dealing with them would also be a cinch. Brothers, play with him well, W.A.N. Ji Ning said with a smile and already flashed behind Yi Yuan, his speed extremely fast. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he raised his hand to deal a palm. The others also all had amused expressions as if already seeing that panicky expression of Yi Yuan being toyed with. Talking about it was slow, but actually, W.A.N. Ji Ning's speed was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, just as this palm of his was about to land on Yi Yuan's shoulder, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, slightly leaning his body to one side, dodging it lightly. This is the martial Dao that you spoke of? claiming so solemnly about what martial Tao, I was wondering how formidable you were. Truly disappointing. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Ji Ning's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This time, it was a huge loss of face. Haha, Ji Ning, didn't you say that you wanted to play with him? Why were you toyed around? Zhou Qianhui said with a big laugh. Ji Ning can't even take care of a middle-stage true G.O.D. realm. You're really losing face for us, these head disciples. Su Xinyu said with a loud laugh. When the other head disciples saw the situation, they also ridiculed away. Among the few great chiefs, there were naturally secret compet. 1. Tians 2. Seeing Ji Ning get deflated, they naturally could not dispense with a bout of sarcasm. It was only to see Ji Ning's expression turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Just now was just a moment of carelessness, kid, don't you get COCKY? Oh? Is that so?" Yi Yuan stood with both hands behind his back, having a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Ji Ning immediately became angry from embarrassment and said in a great rage, "Punk, you actually dare to underestimate me." Ji Ning's aura immediately rose to the peak. A strange but crafty sword stabbed over towards Yi Yuan, whose H plus the speed of Ji Ning's sword was extremely fast, practically arriving in an instant. It was just that Yi Yuan still leaned his body to one side slightly, and dodged it again lightly. How did he do it? I don't believe that I can't even take care of a middle-stage true G.O.D. realm. Ji Ning gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attacked again. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeve. He talked about playing with Yi Yuan, but the end result was being toyed with by Yi Yuan. In the beginning, everyone was all still mocking Ji Ning, feeling that this chief was too trash. But along with the Sage of Time, everyone could not laugh anymore. Once or twice could still say that it was lucky. But they were very clear about Ji Ning's strength. No matter how lacking, it was also not to the point of being toyed in circles by a middle-stage true G.O.D. realm. Zhou Qianhui and the rest exchanged glances, all seeing shock from each other's eyes. Attack together. This boy is strange. Zhou Qianhui said in a deep voice. 6 great chiefs immediately used their means and rushed forward together. It was just that them joining the battle was still useless. No one could touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves at all. The 7 people had a threatening manner, but no matter how hard they worked, they still could not do anything to Yi Yuan. The more they fought, the more alarmed they got. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre, just like a loach being unable to catch it at all. Far away, Feng Tianyang's expression likewise became more and more serious. Yi Yuan's move was clearly extremely brilliant spatial law. This kind of supreme law, comprehending even a little, was tremendous luck. Yi Yuan clearly comprehended to an extremely high realm. Those few fools did not detect it at all. Just what's going on here? A 6th firmament true G.O.D. is toying with 7 9th firmament true G.O.D.s in the palm of his hand? Could it be that Master G isn't just an alchemy master? He's similarly a martial arts expert? Too strong. Just don't know if Master G has the means to retaliate or not. A 6th firmament true G.O.D. toying with 7 9th firmament true G.O.D.s. This scene was overly shocking, incurring a series of exclamations. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would definitely be made fun of. Who knew that the result was totally the opposite? Hoo, this is your martial Tao? Truly laughable, to actually not even be on par with me, this minor Tao's alchemist. You guys also dare claim to be chief disciples? High up in the sky came Yi Yuan's bantering laughter. Suddenly, a fearsome power of vitality soared to the sky. Everyone's faces changed. Forget it, you all let me down too much, let's end this game. Yi Yuan's lazy voice spread out nonchalantly. Chapter 2088. Feng Tianyang's Plans. Chapter 2088. Feng Tianyang's Plans. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. His power of vitality was actually on par with 8th Firmament True G.O.D.S. It was only to see him dodging W.A.N.G. Ning's sword nimbly. He directly threw a fist over W.A.N.G. Ning only felt a horrifying power arrive with a howl behind him. But wanting to dodge was already too late. Bang! Amidst everyone's frightened voices, W.A.N.G. Ning was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Universe Dragon Claw coupled with the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the power of Yi Yuan's punch already did not lose to peak 9th Firmament True G.O.D.S. How could W.A.N.G. Ning be able to resist it? When the other chiefs saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. How could they still dare to deal with Yi Yuan? All running helter-skelter everywhere. Master, save me! Save me, Master! These chiefs seemed to be finding their families grown-ups after being bullied by people outside. There was even sobbing in their words. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who knew that this was a desolate wild beast? Yi Yuan was not to be provoked at all. When Empyrean Redfeather and the rest saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Stop, Ji Qin-yun!" At the same time, the few great Empyreans were about to take action. It was just that Yi Yuan was faster than them. After Yi Yuan killed W.A.N.G. Ning, he did not have the intention of stopping at all. It was only to see one Yi Yuan suddenly become 6, appearing in 6 directions at the same time. Bang! 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 A series of detonations came from the sky. The 6 great chiefs were directly blasted into dregs. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, stunned looks on their faces. Especially the few great Empyreans, their hearts were dripping blood. These were all their successors. How much painstaking effort did they expend these few years? But now Yi Yuan only used several breaths and killed all of them. How to make them accept this? However, they currently were even more shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan exhibited extremely brilliant spatial law, far exceeding their imagination. In an instant, transformation into 6 clones, appearing at 6 venues at the same time, slaying 6 powerhouses. These Empyreans, could naturally tell that this was not some cloning technique, but an extremely brilliant utilization of spatial law. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Even these Empyrean powerhouses, could not do it too. This is also too strong, right? Even if Master G is a body-refining powerhouse, it's also not to the extent of being so strong, right? His one move killed 6 great 9th Firmament True G.O.D.S. Truly inconceivable. Master G already overpowered the extreme North's alchemy path at a young age. Furthermore, he actually also has such horrifying strength in martial Dao. How did he cultivate? Everyone was long already dumbfounded from shock. They were stunned by Yi Yuan's combat power. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was merely an alchemist, and that his combat power was limited. But who knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was off the charts, directly crossing a few minor realms and killing his enemies. Jiuluo Ji's most elite juniors actually did not even have the chance to escape from under his hands. Ji Qin-yun, you killed my disciple. This Empyrean will definitely kill you today. Empyrean Redfeather said with a furious roar. The other Empyreans were also extremely alarmed and enraged. They were thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan's actions. However, Yi Yuan was very calm, looking toward Feng Tianyang with a smile that was not a smile. He then said, "Looks like their martial Dao isn't worth mentioning at all. Don't know whether your martial Dao can stir up any of my interest or not." Feng Tianyang's two eyes narrowed slightly, brilliant light S.H.I. plus Ning in his eyes. Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally he thought that he could casually suppress Yi Yuan. He did not expect that the combat power Yi Yuan displayed was actually sufficient to pose a threat to him. Hoo, boy, you indeed made me very surprised. However, you still don't have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Those people are similarly clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this young master. Feng Tianyang slowly stepped out, the aura on his body growing stronger and stronger. Everyone's faces could not help changing. Someone cried out in surprise, "What a powerful aura!" This aura already reached the grand completion true G.O.D. realm. Just a step and he'll be able to reach Empyrean realm. Feng Tianyang had a proud look and said with a faint smile, "If you feel that after killing them, you have the qualifications to challenge me, then you're gravely mistaken. I, Feng Tianyang, am destined to be the person who unifies the extreme north. How can I be compared to those kinds of trash?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Is that so? You also said so just now, but they are all dead." Feng Tianyang's face turned cold and he said, "Humph. This young master gives you a chance now, hand over lure or die." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, his words having an additional hint of coldness as he said, "You want to marry Lure because you took fancy on her profound physique?" Feng Tianyang was taken aback and said, "How did you know? But it also doesn't matter that you know. This young master is doing it for her profound physique. This young master's cultivation method has already reached major accomplishment, and my cultivation is already cultivated to the peak true G.O.D. realm as well. After this young master takes her profound physique, I'll be able to break through the shackles and become the youngest Empyrean powerhouse in this northernmost steppe." When Yi Yuan heard that, killing intent soared in his heart. Earlier, when Feng Tianyang released his world power, Yi Yuan could feel an extremely scorching power. This power was extremely strong, as if it was a primitive behemoth. But Yi Yuan could detect that this power was not at grand completion. Amidst the power of extreme yang, it was missing a trace of extreme yin power. Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Myriad life in this world had always mutually promoted and restrained each other. No matter how strong the power of extreme yang, it ultimately had a limit too. Just based on this, even if give Feng Tianyang another 100,000 years, he could also forget about stepping into Empyrean realm. But, if he completed this missing piece, Feng Tianyang might be able to break through to Empyrean within a few years. How could it be that easy to search for this trace of extreme yin power? But Lure's appearance made Feng Tianyang see hope. Hence, he had been in close seclusion all the way these few years, finally cultivating to be a grand completion true G.O.D. Then after coming out and taking Lure's extreme yin power, he would be able to break through to be an Empyrean smoothly. It was just that while he planned things out well, he ran into Yi Yuan, this unexpected variable. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said, "You deserve death." Feng Tianyang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lure was Yi Yuan's reverse scale, touch and die. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "Letting this young master corroborate my Tao as an Empyrean, that's her honor. Where is she? Hand her over, and this young master can spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said with a mocking look, "You talk so much. Didn't you think why I took Lure away?" Feng Tianyang's expression turned dark and said, "I don't care who you are. Not handing Lure over, you'll have to die." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Stop making futile efforts. Lure isn't in Jiluoji anymore. Also, my name is actually Yi Yuan." Feng Tianyang was clearly unfamiliar with this name. But when Empyrean Ice Cloud heard this name, her expression could not help changing wildly. "Why, you're Yi Yuan? How is this possible?" Empyrean Ice Cloud was the same as Empyrean Lone Swan, instantly thinking of many things. It was also precise because of this that she was extremely shocked in her heart. It turned out that all of these were his schemes. And she, an Empyrean powerhouse who dominated a region, fell into the scheme step by step under Yi Yuan's towing. She even personally delivered lure to Yi Yuan's hands. Feng Tianyang's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Chapter 2089. Extreme North's Number 1 Person. Chapter 2089. Extreme North's Number 1 Person. He's the person that Lure is in love with. Empyrean Ice Cloud said bitterly. Feng Tianyang was also a clever person and thought of many things in an instant. In this 1 year plus, Ji Qingyun's name echoed throughout the extreme north. Feng Tianyang naturally heard a lot after leaving seclusion. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan doing so much was actually for lure. Heh, what a grand scheme. Boy, you really made me see you in a different light. However, to dare SN. ATC. My Feng Tianyang's woman, you must die today. Feng Tianyang laughed coldly, a roaring flame suddenly bursting out from his body. Limitless fire HELL. Feng Tianyang held his palm out, the entire region of SPAC was completely enveloped by the flames, directly shrouding Yi Yuan inside it. Everyone's faces changed. This ball of fire HELL was like a blazing sun. Even if they were so far away, they also had a feeling of being incinerated. What kind of situation would it be for the Yi Yuan situated inside the fire HELL? Indeed, well deserving of being the extreme North's number 1 person, Feng Tianyang's heaven-burning secret art has probably cultivated to sublimity already. Even if Master Ji has the ability to reach the highest heaven, he probably can't escape this limitless fire HELL2. A shame, such a powerful alchemy master died just like this. Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting for Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Feng Tianyang's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "This limitless fire HELL of mine can incinerate limitless void. Even if you grasp spatial law, how can you escape?" "Oh? Is that so?" The voice had yet to fade when a figure walked out of that limitless flames leisurely and at ease. It was as if that limitless sea of fire was his own backyard. Who was this person if not Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face changed and he said, "This? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "You overestimated your flame law and also looked down on spatial law too much. Incinerating limitless void? How can it be as easy as you think? Only a person like you who doesn't understand SPAC dare to say this kind of words." The more he studied spatial law, the more Yi Yuan felt the extensive and profoundness of spatial law. The Tao of SPAC was one of this world's most primitive laws. How could it be defeated so easily? True God realm powerhouses used spatial law to shuttle through the void, but that was merely the most superficial application of spatial law. Comprehending spatial law to Yi Yuan's degree, one could not find more than a few in the entire heavenspan world. Feng Tianyang judged others using his own strength, so how could he understand Yi Yuan's might? Unless Feng Tianyang could cultivate spatial law to Yi Yuan's level, or cultivate flame law to Empyrean level, then there would be a possibility of hurting Yi Yuan. Just with this current level, how could it threaten Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face fell slightly and he said coldly, "Humph. Being deliberately mystifying. I underestimated you. I'll let you take a look at my true strength then." It was only to see his gaze turned sharp, another aura rose to the sky. Wind attribute law. This is Empyrean vast wind's specialty. Everyone was still in the midst of exclaiming when a third power of law spread out. This time, even Yi Yuan's gaze also revealed some solemnness. Ice law. I didn't expect that Feng Tianyang is actually such a peerless talent, to actually fuse 3 kinds of power of law. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be wildly arrogant. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. That was right. He did not comprehend 3 kinds of laws. But he actually fused 3 kinds of power of law. It was only to see that on Feng Tianyang's body, the power of flames, power of the fierce gale, and power of ice intertwining together. Clearly, it was the manifestation of 3 power of laws fusing together. Law comprehension like his could virtually sweep across those in the same rank already. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Everyone said that Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person. Previously, everyone all felt that this was him relying on his father's prestige. Only now, did they know that that was him relying on his own strength. Those who fused 2 power of laws were already called geniuses among geniuses. Those who fused 3 power of laws could no longer be described using genius. That was a peerless talent. Fusing 3 power of laws was not what Lu Zi's 5 power of laws could compare to. With Feng Tianyang's strength, he could probably pummel Lu Zi with just one hand. Feng Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "To be able to force my full strength out, you can be sufficiently proud. I fused 3 power of laws and have never met a match in the same rank. Now, I stepped into grand completion true G.O.D. realm. I'm the #1 person under Empyrean. Yi Yuan, this is my martial Tao. Do you think I have the qualifications to say this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This is your full strength?" Not bad, it's just don't know if you can force my full strength out or not, bring it on." Feng Tianyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Reckless and blind fool, I want to see what your full strength is." Done talking, Feng Tianyang's figure moved, arriving in an instant. 3 power of laws fused into one. His fist was momentous and tidal-like, virtually about to rent the sky asunder and split the earth open. Even the group of Empyreans also had slight changes in countenance at this time. This kind of commotion, once Feng Tianyang stepped into Empyrean realm, he could probably crush all of them instantly. Only a 3rd firmament Empyrean like Empyrean Redfeather had the qualifications to firmly suppress him. At the same time, Yi Yuan's vital energy also rose to the peak and was even stronger than just now. Bang! Above the void, the 2 people exchanged a punch. Horrifying energy undulations spread out, giving people a feeling of MT Tai Cruise. HI plusing down from above. Under the one punch, Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out wildly. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "To be able to receive this punch of mine, you can be sufficiently proud. However, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Again. Finished talking, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to catch his breath either, another punch slamming over. Bang! 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 One loud boom after another came over. The 2 people's battle was practically about to shatter the sky. The void trembled, making the starry river flowing in reverse. This kind of battle practically already said the limits of true G.O.D. realm. This was a fight of another level. So strong. The 2 of them are both so strong. Truly unable to imagine how the 2 of them cultivate. What a shame. Yi Yuan almost can't hold on anymore. He's still too young, give him another few hundred years. He should be able to win Feng Tianyang. There are no ifs in life, lose means lose. But considering Yi Yuan's talent, it's indeed a shame. Below, there was a series of exclamations. The 2 people's combat strength far exceeded their imaginations. It was just that Yi Yuan was repeatedly forced back under Feng Tianyang's pressuring, and already could not quite hold out anymore. The outcome of this fight was obvious already. Feng Tianyang's aura was too outrageous. For Yi Yuan to be able to last until now under his fierce attacks, it was already rather valiant. Bang! Right at this time, a loud bang came over. Yi Yuan's figure drew a straight line and fell into the earth. Sigh, Yi Yuan is defeated. A wave of bemoaning came from the crowd. Feng Tianyang stood in the air, akin to a god of war. Ha ha ha, in the junior generation, you're the first to be able to fight with me to this extent. Now you can go to Hell. Feng Tianyang's figure similarly cut across the horizon, heading toward that huge pit in the ground. Chapter 2090. True Sword Hollow Etch. Chapter 2090. True Sword Hollow Etch. Bang. Feng Tianyang arrived fast, but he was blasted back even quicker. Everyone was dumbfounded, uncertain what it meant. What happened? They completely did not detect any trace of undulation, and Feng Tianyang was blasted flying. It was as if Feng Tianyang ran into a wall and was directly rebounded back. This scene was extremely puzzling. Inside the pit, Yi Yuan carried the bone sword and slowly walked out, with a desolate killing aura on his body. Very good. To be able to force out my full strength, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said coolly. He stood there, giving people a very lofty feeling, just like a sharp sword that was sheathed, mulating momentum and awaiting release. This is sword intent. What a swift and fierce sword intent. He fused a supreme law and the sword Tao law. How is this possible? Empyrean Windlike had been standing there calmly all along. Even when he saw that Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, he was also not the least bit moved, because he knew that Feng Tianyang would definitely win. But at this time, a look of surprise finally showed on his face. Comprehending spatial law was nothing but fusing sword Tao law and spatial law. That was incredible. The difficulty level was much harder than even fusing 3 powers of law. Supreme law, just comprehending it required immense talent. Ordinary people could not even learn the rudiments, let alone talk about fusing the power of law. Just how in the world did this kid cultivate? His alchemy talent crushed 7-star alchemy gods, but he's actually also heavenly defying in martial arts. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. Just now was him striking Feng Tianyang flying? But I didn't detect sword Tao undulations at all. Another Empyrean cried out in surprise. An attack that could not be seen was the scariest. The group of Empyreans already did not know how to describe their emotions. Originally they thought that one Feng Tianyang was already monstrous enough. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than Feng Tianyang's. Brother Windlike, honorable nephew Tianyang will be fine, right? Why not? We'd better take action, Empyrean Ice Cloud said worriedly. Empyrean Windlike shook his head and said, relax, just now was just Tianyang's momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he still has an ultimate move that he hasn't used. Tianyang won't lose. Although this boy's talent is high, his cultivation realm is inferior to Tianyang's in the end. The moment the group of Empyreans heard this, they immediately felt greatly reassured. The current Feng Tianyang had disheveled hair, numerous wounds on his body, in a sorry state. How was there still that lofty bearing from before? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You dared to hurt me! I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan, this finger is the strongest attack that I created after fusing 3 laws. For you to be able to die under this attack, you can be sufficiently proud. Feng Tianyang roared and pointed a finger out fiercely. Fine cracks actually appeared in S.P. A.C. It could be seen how horrifying this finger was. If this finger were to land on a person's body, it could probably directly annihilate them. S.P. A.C. shattering finger. Empyrean Windlike's face revealed a hint of a praising smile as he said, fusing laws is one aspect, application of laws is another aspect. Tianyang's understanding of these 3 laws is extremely profound and already carved out a great Tao that belongs to him. Maybe he can Serpa S big brother in the future and become a once-in-a-blue-moon heavenly emperor powerhouse of this land of extreme north in several 100,000 years. This finger, even if a first firmament Empyrean took it, it would likely be the outcome of serious injuries too. When everyone heard that, their faces all changed. They did not expect that Feng Tianyang was actually so monstrous. The strike of a ninth firmament true G.O. D could actually harm an Empyrean. What kind of terrifying offensive power was this? How strong was an Empyrean? Even if one stood there and let a grand completion true God realm hit them, it would also be hard to injure them in the slightest. These were powerhouses of two different levels. It was two different levels of understanding toward heavenly Tao. But Feng Tianyang's finger could actually seriously injure an Empyrean. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. Of course, being able to harm an Empyrean was one thing. An Empyrean powerhouse naturally would not stand there stupidly and let Feng Tianyang hit. The Empyreans could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan with pity. Encountering such an opponent was his sorrow. Amen? He's actually smiling? The Empyreans discovered that a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and could not help being very surprised. At this time, he actually still had the mood to smile. Ice Cloud sneered and said, "Probably scared silly, right? A little interesting." Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword and calmly stabbed a sword out. This sword was too sloppy and ordinary, without any power to speak of. Compared to Feng Tianyang's show of strength that billowed to the sky, Yi Yuan's sword art did not have any aesthetic sense at all. It looked like Yi Yuan was a martial artist who did not know how to use the sword at all. Except, if Song Yu and the rest of the people who had been to the ancient God battlefield before were here, they would know that Yi Yuan's sword actually followed the exact same pattern as that Empyrean bone devil. What is he doing? Can this kind of sword hurt people? Empyrean Windlike furrowed his brows. He completely could not tell what impressive aspect Yi Yuan's sword had. But he kept feeling in his heart that there was that tiny hint of something amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly and said, "Of course it can't hurt anyone. That's why this Empyrean said that he's scared silly." People who did not know the inside story were all mocking Yi Yuan's sword, saying that he was a mantis blocking the cart. Feng Tianyang was similarly like so. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha, you're relying on this sword to handle me? Go to Hell then." At this time, the SPAC shattering finger was already formed. He pointed over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. "True sword hollow etch." Yi Yuan lightly spat these 4 words out of his mouth. This move was still sword hollow etch, but he was inspired by the Empyrean bone devil, and already completely mastered restraining the power. Sword hollow etch's power also reached the extreme, and did not leak out in the slightest, reaching the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Hence, he named it True Sword hollow etch. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across an Empyrean Windlike's mind, thinking of something. Just now, when Feng Tianyang was suddenly blasted out backward, wasn't there no undulations at all? Could it be that this boy condensed his power to the limits and did not leak any of it out? Could this kind of thing really be done? Not good. Tianyang, quickly retreat. Empyrean Windlike yelled out, his figure suddenly moving, speeding over towards the two people's battlefield. But sadly, it was already too late. One bright and one dark, 2 attacks, collided together in midair fiercely, rending the void apart. This kind of collision could be described using move mountains and fill the seas, making mountains and rivers flow in reverse. It was not the least bit over the top. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock. Their brains had not processed it yet. Why would Yi Yuan's sloppy and ordinary sword have such terrifying power? Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch was an incomparably swift and fierce strike in the first place. Now that his retraining of power had reached major accomplishment, the power of sword hollow etch was compressed to the extreme, without any leakage. The power became several times greater. Such a terrifying attack, it was hard for even S.P.A.C. shattering finger to withstand too. Feng Tianyang did not even get to groan and was directly annihilated. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Why? Why is it like this? The one dead is actually Feng Tianyang? Just what kind of sword is this? Why would it have such terrifying power? Chapter 2091. Heaven's Shocking Lightning. Chapter 2091. Heaven's Shocking Lightning. Seeing Yi Yuan put away the bone sword calmly, Empyrean Windlike's two eyes were practically spewing fire. Vast Wind A.S. Semble's future was actually killed just like that, right under his eyelids. He thought that by relying on his Empyrean might, it was absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Yuan also would not dare to kill him right in his face, but Yi Yuan killed him just like that. Punk, you've got guts. Empyrean Windlike gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound divine physique. He deserved to die. If Feng Tianyang just took fancy on Luer's beauty, Yi Yuan also would not have his killing intent aroused. After all, everyone loved beautiful things. Yi Yuan would not go so far as to be so crazy, killing off anyone who took fancy on the people around him. But Feng Tianyang never should have had designs on Luer's divine physique. If Feng Tianyang took Luer's profound divine physique, Luer would become a cripple if minor, or kick the bucket if it was serious. How could Yi Yuan tolerate this kind of thing? Good. Today, if I, Windlike, don't kill you, I'm not human. Empyrean Windlike was already furious to the extreme, his body emitting an outrageous aura. Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's future master, was the vast wind A.S. Semble's future. Now, he was actually dead. Empyrean Windlike's fury could be imagined. What a terrific little brute, you dared to kill honorable nephew Tianyang. It's becoming enemies with the entire land of extreme north. Today, this Empyrean will definitely kill you. Empyrean Ice Cloud immediately jumped out and said, Little friend Yi Yuan, you went overboard in this matter. Today you must stay here. This Empyrean won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Empyrean Redfeather also said, With Feng Tianyang dying at Jiuluoji, it would be hard for them all, these people, to absolve themselves from the blame. Once Empyrean Vast Wind investigated it, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hence, their attitude must be shown right now. The other Empyreans also spoke up, wanting to capture Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, Kill me? Today's matters aren't over yet. The injustice that Luer suffered these few years, this ye will claim it back for her today all at once. Today, this ye will exterminate your ice cloud tower down to the last person. Yi Yuan staying behind was not for bravery or to fight. When he found out the problem in Luer's cultivation method, he had killing intent aroused toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Furthermore, in this ice cloud tower, the ones who bullied Luer normally were not in the minority. To Yi Yuan, Ice Cloud Tower already did not have the need to exist anymore. It was just that these words sounded overly conceited in other people's ears. Ha, you want to kill this Empyrean? Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you, a mere true G.O.D. realm, want to kill an Empyrean? When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, she burst out laughing. Everyone all shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too ignorant. He was indeed peerlessly talented, but wanting to kill an Empyrean, he was clearly not qualified enough yet. In theory, that sword of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to threaten Empyrean powerhouses. It was just that these Empyreans were not fools either. Would they stand there and let Yi Yuan kill? Moreover, that kind of horrifying sword, the consumption would definitely be tremendous. How many swords could Yi Yuan unleash? Yi Yuan sighed slightly, a dark metal ball suddenly appearing in his hand. This thing was originally my final trump card, I didn't want to use it easily. But today, in order to kill you, I can only use it. When Yi Yuan was talking, he had a look of reluctance to part. Ha 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 ha. Empyrean ice cloud's laughter gradually ceased, the expression on her face becoming extremely fascinating. Not just her, after the other Empyreans saw that black ball, each and every one of their expressions became incomparably solemn. Even Empyrean Windlike, the fury on his face also diminished considerably. At this time there was more alarm and fear. Clearly, he feared this black ball like a tiger. Heaven-shocking lightning. This is Heavenly Emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning. Why would you have this sort of thing? Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out strangely. How was there still any of the former composure? Currently, alarm and terror were written all over her face, and the other Empyreans also unconsciously pulled apart the distance from her. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Turns out that you all recognize this thing, huh? Then I don't need to do any explanations. Just now, weren't you all very fierce, wanting to uphold justice for Feng Tianyang's death? That's okay, I don't mind. I welcome you all to come to find me to demand justice anytime. All of the Empyreans' faces turned black, nearly fainting in anger. Demand justice, my A*S. That's heaven-shocking lightning. Heavenly Emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning. Heaven-shocking lightning was a one-time consumable. Inside sealed the power of a certain powerhouse's one attack. Once opened, it would be equivalent to that powerhouse's all-out attack. And heaven-shocking lightning had many different colors. Among them, the highest grade of heaven-shocking lightning was black, and it was refined with special method. It was extremely hard to come across. What was sealed inside was naturally the attack of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If it was an Empyrean-level heaven-shocking lightning, everyone would not be at the extent of being so fearful. After all, it was just the power of one strike. Furthermore, it was not executed by the caster themselves, but Heavenly Emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning. How horrifying was the power! This kind of heaven-shocking lightning, the materials required were extremely hard to come by. It was normally hard to chance upon. Yet Yi Yuan had one in his hands. This was a deadly object. Once Yi Yuan released the heaven-shocking lightning here, probably none of them, these Empyrean powerhouses, could survive. The attack of a Heavenly Emperor shocked the heavens and earth. In front of a Heavenly Emperor, all were ants. This heaven-shocking lightning was obtained by Yi Yuan inside the ancient God battlefield's Heavenly Emperor C.R. A.P. Myrtle's cave. Originally, it was used as his final trump card, to preserve his life. Even when 100,000 people besieged Heavenly Eagle back then, he also never used it. But today, for Lure's sake, he decided to use it. This Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts were extremely wicked. Not killing her, it was hard for Yi Yuan to dispel the hatred in his heart. Thinking about everything that Yi Yuan suffered in these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's heart ached faintly. The Empyrean Windlike, who was still clamoring about taking revenge just now, his expression was currently deathly white, without any imposing momentum at all. Right now, Yi Yuan's spearhead was clearly targeting Empyrean Ice Cloud. He did not wish to anger Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan turn the spearhead to deal with him. How could his fragile body bear it? Why Yi Yuan, misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. You look, in any case, this Empyrean has also brought Lure up for so many years and imparted to her cultivation method. Empyrean Ice Cloud broke out in cold sweat, racking her brain to think of a plan to escape. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding? Ho ho! Lure has followed me since young, and I couldn't even bear to hit her once. You count for yourself, how much hards? H+P has she suffered since she arrived at Ice Cloud Tower? Furthermore, in your eyes, she's probably just a cultivation tool, right? Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding?" Empyrean Ice Cloud discovered that this Yuan was too smart, as if he was an old thing that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. How was he like a young man? This kind of inferior quibbling had no way of fooling him at all. Hence, she gritted her teeth and said in a stern voice, "Glazed frost grand art, absorb for me." Ah! 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 Those Ice Cloud Tower disciples all cried out miserably. The divine essence in their bodies actually broke out of their bodies frenziedly, swarming over toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. And Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura was currently rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 2092. Heaven Rank Secret Order. Chapter 2092. Heaven Rank Secret Order. Initial Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Late Stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean. And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean. The realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel. Even when young Fair saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years past, set away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means. It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the Extreme North's #1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too. At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, the northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura rose to 5th Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Vast Wind not moving out, there were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean Windlike was weaker than her. Empyrean Ice Cloud stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yi Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you forced my hand. The two of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yi Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yi Yuan would use the heaven shocking lightning on them. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yi Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague G.O.D. away. Brother Windlike, this, Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, "This matter isn't over so easily. Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be KY with us. Tianyang's matter, I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way. Perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true G.O.D. earlier was overly humiliating, he was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyang was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Jiuluoji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost step upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark S.P. A.C. of vast wind A.S. symbol, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the vast wind A.S. symbol's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy, like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyang several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's Windlike accompanying him on this trip. So who could kill Tianyang in front of Windlike? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyang extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyang a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyang quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyang could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyang tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time. Let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean Windlike accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet, this time, Feng Tianyang died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyang did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all and was directly killed by Yiyuan's sword Hollow Et. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph! No matter who it is to dare kill Tianyang, even if this Empyrean goes up to the 9th heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finished saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind A.S. symbol was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above Vast Wind A.S. symbol, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling Yu A.S. symbol's Empyrean Shenluo? That's a 5th firmament Empyrean super powerhouse. Why would he appear here? Also, that's Hudong A.S. symbol's Empyrean S. H.I. plus Mia. That's Ironwood A.S. symbol's Empyrean Guyun. What in the world is happening? Practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at our here. In Vast Wind A.S. symbol, people who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there. Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region. But now, all of them were gathered in Vast Wind A.S. symbol. Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shenluo was in front and said to Empyrean Vast Wind with clasped hands, "Brother Vast Wind, I wonder what happened? You actually want to use the Heaven Rank Secret Order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together." The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This Heaven Rank Secret Order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the Heaven Rank Secret Order under the circumstances where they did not receive any danger alerts. Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression, devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived." The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words but carved out with real swords and spears. People should not look at how these Empyreans were all powerful. In reality, They were very fearful of Empyrean vast wind. Before long, the void trembled and 3 figures slowly stepped out. When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting. Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Mieyu, Empyrean Zhen Huang. These 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean vast wind. They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Chapter 2093. Heavenly Emperors Strike. Chapter 2093. Heavenly Emperors Strike. Vast Wind, you issued the heaven-rank secret order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account. Empyrean Tianju looked at Empyrean Vast Wind, and said those words with a cold smile on his face. Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Tianju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind in terms of strength. But if they really fought, Empyrean Tianju 3 people also would not be that much weaker. Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vast Wind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "My son, Feng Tianyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme North's common lord. But now, he died? Tianju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that. But in front of Empyrean Vast Wind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vast Wind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the heaven-rank secret order arbitrarily? Vast Wind, you're too unbridled. The heaven-rank secret order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Mieyu said in a cold voice. Vast Wind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over. Empyrean Zhen Huang said unhappily. While the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vast Wind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter. The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show. After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme north. Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "You want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhen Huang's face revealed a look of great alarm, hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tai Cruz, Hi+ing down from above suddenly pressed over. This palm, he was unable to contend with it. Empyrean Mieyu's 2 eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. Crack, crack, crack. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flash. Hi+ing. The battle between middle-stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean Vast Wind, the 2 great 6th firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out. With 3 great Empyreans making a move at the same time, how shocking was the commotion! However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean Vast Wind. His palm seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Pooh work! Pooh work! Pooh work! Very soon, the 3 great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean Vast Wind's 1 palm suppressed 3 great Empyreans. it. You broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Empyrean Tianju looked at Vast Wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tianju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like Oh, body has objections anymore," said off then. Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Jiuluoji, Empyrean Ice Cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. "So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean, everything is futile." Except, her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in SPAC. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean Ice Cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise, How can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of Fifth Firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true God realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a Fifth Firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean Ice Cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. "Let you off? Hoo, you're probably thinking too much, you must die today." Yi Yuan said coldly. Are you mad? Your heaven-shocking lightning, there's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me? This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this. Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth. Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean Wind-like absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean Vast Wind, he regards this sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But, if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter you also can't escape death today." Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean Ice Cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand plus-ing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean Ice Cloud, it was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away. At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world. Rumble. The Empyreans who were far away at Jiuluoji currently had ashen pale faces. That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable. They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Jiuluoji, the entire Jiuluoji would probably be razed to the ground instantly. An Empyrean powerhouse said falteringly, This This is the strike of a heavenly emperor? Are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances, and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Jiuluo Ji at this time. Chapter 2094 Spatial Node Technique. Chapter 2094 Spatial Node Technique. In Jiuluo Ji there was utter dilapidation. Even when separated by such a great distance, Jiuluo Ji was still affected. This heaven-shocking strike let everyone feel clearly how powerful a heavenly emperor powerhouse was. Originally, everyone did not have a clear understanding of heavenly emperors, this kind of legendary existence. But now everyone had an understanding. The group of Empyreans strained their eyes and looked into the distance, all palpitating with anxiety and fear. Is this the strike of a heavenly emperor? No wonder everyone says that heavenly emperor is a life form on another level. This kind of power is simply unimaginable. Empyrean Redfeather's face turned pale as he said. Only a short while ago, he felt that he was already standing at the summit of the world, thinking that Empyrean was already extremely powerful. But now, he knew that in front of heavenly emperors, he was weak like an ant. This kind of destructive power was simply unable to use shocking to describe. It's us being weak that restricted our imaginations. Empyrean Xiao Yu lamented. All the way until now, that light that covered the sky still did not dissipate. It seemed to have become eternal in this world. There was already no one who cared about whether Empyrean Ice Cloud was dead or alive. Under this kind of heaven-shocking strike, forget about a fifth firmament Empyrean, even a ninth firmament Empyrean or half-step heavenly emperor. So what? There was only death. Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures stepped out of the air. The entire Jiuluo Ji immediately exclaimed in alarm. Several dozen Empyreans. What kind of powerful lineup was this? To actually descend upon Jiuluo Ji at the same time. The extreme north was shocked. Use their B.U.T. talks to think that everyone also knew who came. It was just that Empyrean Vast Wind did not come in a threatening manner, but looked at the light in the horizon, his expression flickering incessantly. Earlier, in the void, he felt a power that he was unable to contend with affecting the entire world. It almost sent them, these Empyrean powerhouses, into the spatial turbulent flow. This kind of horrifying power made his heart palpitate. This was a power that he was unable to rival. There was still such a terrifying power existing in this northernmost steppe? An Empyrean who just came out said with lingering fear in his heart, what in the world happened here? Even a ninth firmament Empyrean also doesn't have such horrifying destructive power, right? This power, could it be a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Could it be that Feng Tianyang offended a heavenly emperor powerhouse, that's why he was killed? Empyrean Mia Yu's face also turned white, speculating. These powerhouses were normally all high and mighty, having an appearance of impassiveness. But having witnessed such a horrifying energy undulation, they were all not composed anymore. Empyrean Vast Wind's two eyes narrowed, his gaze finally landing on Empyrean Windlike. Windlike, what's going on here? Who killed Tianyang? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. It was just that when asking this, the extreme north sovereign, Empyrean Vast Wind, appeared lacking in confidence. After all, this scene before their eyes was too shocking. It already far exceeded the scope of power that he controlled. How could Empyrean Windlike not understand what Vast Wind was thinking? In reality, the Empyrean Windlike who witnessed everything was currently even more shocked than Empyrean Vast Wind and the others. But Empyrean Vast Wind was asking him. So Empyrean Windlike forcefully collected his thoughts, then briefly recounted the events from start to end. When mentioning the heaven-shocking lightning, Everyone, including Empyrean Vast Wind, all let out a long sigh in relief. If this thing was released against them, probably none of the Empyreans present would be able to survive. That was several dozen Empyreans. More than half of this extreme North's Empyreans still did not have any strength to retaliate in front of this power. But beyond the shock, the group of Empyreans was secretly laughing at Yi Yuan's foolishness. This kind of precious treasure was actually used to bombard a mosquito, killing the ant-like Empyrean ice cloud. It was truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. As long as Yi Yuan did not use it, he would be able to deter the entire northernmost steppe. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came to find him, he also would not dare to be impudent in front of him. But now Yi Yuan used it up. Wouldn't it be equivalent to asking Empyrean Vast Wind to exterminate him? Sure enough, Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "What a fine Yi Yuan! To dare kill my son, this Empyrean will definitely have you die without a burial ground." Although his words were ruthless, everyone heard the sense of relief in his words. If Yi Yuan did not use up the heaven-shocking lightning, him coming in a threatening manner would probably have had his face slapped swollen. However, before this, I'll take care of the two of you first. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze turned cold but landed on Yang Feier and Empyrean Lone Swan. After Yi Yuan left, Empyrean Windlike's aura had locked onto their bodies from far away the entire time. As long as they made any strange movements, he would deal a lightning blow. But these two people were also sensible and actually did not run away. Everyone looked at the two people with pity, feeling that they followed the wrong person. Old man Lone Swan, you're also someone who has lived to a ripe old age, to actually throw your lot in with such a fool. That kid had such a precious treasure in his hands, and he actually used it to kill a measly little ice cloud. Are you regretting it to death right now? Empyrean Tianju said mockingly. Empyrean Lone Swan's face did not have a teared look. He just said coolly, "Tianju, you're wrong. Not only did I not regret it, but I'm also rejoicing greatly instead." Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Rejoicing? You followed such a fool and are actually still rejoicing? Right now, he threw you here alone to wait for death, but you're actually still rejoicing? Old man Lone Swan, looks like you're really muddle-headed with age." A hint of a smile surfaced on Empyrean Lone Swan's face and he said coolly, "That strike just now, you all saw it, right? Do you feel that you are very insignificant? Do you feel that you're very weak? You guys aren't able to imagine this kind of realm throughout your lives, while I will witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse. Or maybe one day in the future this Empyrean will also possess this kind of power." Peerless powerhouse? You're talking about that kid? He'll become a dead person very soon. No matter how great his talent is, what's the use? Tianju laughed loudly and said. The other Empyreans also had mocking looks on their faces, feeling that Empyrean Lone Swan had gone utterly insane and already could not figure out the situation. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "Do you want to witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse? Go to another world, he'll go down to accompany you very soon." No, wait, he won't have the chance, because this Empyrean is going to extract his soul alive and refine it for 100,000 years, making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity. His aura suddenly released. A horrifying pressure filled the group of Empyreans with fear. Everyone knew that Empyrean Vast Wind genuinely became enraged. It was only to see him throw a palm over toward Lone Swan and Yang Feier fiercely. But these two people were not seized with panic, but took out a jade plate very calmly. Vast Wind, your son's death only had himself to blame. You can't kill Master too. As for us, you likewise can't kill. Lone Swan crushed the jade plate very calmly. The two people's figures instantly vanished on the spot. Empyrean Vast Wind laughed coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see him extend a palm into the palm, chasing right after the two people. It was just that when he probed into the void, where was there still the two people's shadows? Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed, and he said in alarm and fury, "D-A-M-N-it? It's a spatial node technique." Chapter 2095. Warning. Chapter 2095. Warning, it's actually a spatial node technique. This guy's grasp over spatial law actually already reached such an extent? Empyrean Tianju was dumbfounded with amazement as he looked at this scene. Originally thought that Lone Swan two people were dead for sure, who would have thought that they suddenly used spatial node technique, escaping away. Even if there was a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert like Empyrean Vast Wind, he also could not hold these two back. Spatial node technique was an extremely profound application of spatial law. There were also scanty few Empyrean powerhouses that could grasp it. The so-called spatial node technique was leaving behind a marker in some nodal point of SPAC and imprinting it onto some object with extremely complicated spatial secret art. As long as one crushed this item, they would be able to trigger the spatial secret art and transport the person around it to that spatial node. This kind of transportation was something instantaneous, unless one's spatial law attainments reached a certain realm, otherwise, it was very hard to keep the other party behind. D-A-M-N-it. This spatial node technique can't transport you too far. After this Empyrean kills that wicked thing, I'll come and take care of both of you. Empyrean Vast Wind's words appeared somewhat having become somewhat angry from embarrassment. The other people were silent like cicadas in winter, all not daring to speak. It was just that toward this scene just now they were secretly startled. In this northernmost steppe, there were few who could escape from under Empyrean Vast Wind's hands so effortlessly. Tianju, Miayu, Zhenhuang, the three of you each lead a team and pincer Yiyuan from three directions. If you guys let him escape, this Empyrean will exterminate your clans. Empyrean Vast Wind said in a thunderous rage. The three people's faces were slightly fearful, nodding their heads and answering yes one after another. Empyrean Vast Wind already planted a divine sense imprint on Yiyuan, the three people chased after following the aura. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and took a step out. Brother Tianju, this kid's spatial law is so impressive, but why is he hobbling slowly over there? Empyrean Shen Luo sensed that Empyrean Vast Wind's divine sense imprint speed of moving was not fast, and instead like it was sightseeing. Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed and he said, "Humph, conceited fool. No matter how great this kind of person's talent is, it's also impossible to rise up. Let's hasten our footsteps. The southwest direction is the demon divine region. Once let him escape to the demon divine region, that will be like a fish entering the sea." Empyrean Shen Luo nodded slightly, the party's speed increasing a little. After half a day, above a stretch of wilderness, more than a dozen figures stepped out of the air. Ahead, a youth in white stood with his hands behind his back, traveling leisurely and carefree. When the youth in white saw Tianju and the rest, he flashed a smile and said, "Only came now. You guys are too slow." Empyrean Tianju's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "You're Yiyuan?" Yiyuan nodded and said, "That's right, it's precisely this Yi. You knew that we were coming?" Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed, feeling puzzled in his heart. In his view, Yiyuan should be escaping in a panic right now. But looking at Yiyuan's appearance, it seemed like he was sightseeing, deliberately waiting for them to come. He only felt that Yiyuan was foolish before, not knowing that they were pursuing. However, the moment Yiyuan saw them, his face did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he knew about them chasing him long ago. Yiyuan smiled faintly and said, "That Feng Tianyang fused 3 power of laws. No matter where he's at, he's a peerless genius. Empyrean Vast Wind naturally dotes on him dearly. I killed him, so it's impossible for Empyrean Vast Wind to regard it like he didn't see it." The moment Yi Yuan said it like this, Emperor Tianju's brows knitted even tighter. Yi Yuan's logic was extremely clear, not at all like a slow-witted person. How could such a person possibly resign himself to death here? Then why didn't you run? Emperor Tianju said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, although I'm proficient in spatial law, in front of a middle-stage Empyrean powerhouse, I can't escape at all. Since I can't run, then might as well don't run anymore. Although Yi Yuan's spatial law was impressive, in terms of speed, it was at most only comparable to the initial stage Empyrean realm. In front of middle-stage Empyrean realms, there was no possibility of escaping at all. The northernmost steppe was a vast territory that was immense, sufficient for Empyrean vast wind to catch up to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan never planned on escaping at all. As for Empyrean ice cloud, she just forcefully increased her strength with a secret art and did not count as a true middle-stage Empyrean realm at all. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan could catch up to her very quickly. In that case, you're planning on surrendering without resistance? Emperor Tianju said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, surrendering without resistance? Ho-ho, you're thinking too much. Waiting for you guys here, I just want to tell Empyrean Vast Wind that he can't kill me. Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, if you have the heaven-shocking lightning in your possession, he indeed can't kill you. But you actually used such a precious treasure to kill one ice cloud. So what reliance do you have now? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, how can my means be what you can imagine? Yi Yuan had a look of composure as if these Empyreans were all ants. Right at this time, an Astonis Hi+ing aura descended. A middle-aged in azure robes slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Empyrean Vast Wind? His gaze fell on Yi Yuan, cold until it pierced the bones. You're Yi Yuan? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan sized Empyrean Vast Wind up for a bit and said coolly, well worthy of being the extreme north's #1 person. The aura on your body is much stronger compared to them. No wonder you could groom a genius like Feng Tianyang. Empyrean Vast Wind was taken aback. This boy actually still had the mood to appraise him? Humph. You still have the gall to mention Tianyang. Since you got caught up by this Empyrean, I believe that you already came to understand, right? Empyrean Vast Wind said coldly. Came to understand? What's that? I stayed behind just to warn you that Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound divine physique. His crime deserving more than death. This matter ends here. If you refuse to stop, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said coolly. You are warning this Empyrean? A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Empyrean Vast Wind's mouth, seeming to find it very funny. But Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. It's warning you. The other Empyreans' faces all revealed very comical look. Clearly, they all felt that Yi Yuan's words were very hilarious. Heh, looks like you're impenetrably thick-head. Then, this Empyrean will send you off. Relax, I won't let you die so easily. This Empyrean will extract your divine soul and refine for 100,000 years. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly rose, gradually reaching the peak. Then, he pressed a palm over toward Yi Yuan. The moment a seventh firmament Empyrean made his move, how shocking was the commotion. The other Empyreans' faces all changed, looking at this scene in incredible shock. Too strong. This palm virtually represented the apex of the northernmost steppe. However, right at this time, a figure flashed out of the void. That figure similarly smacked a palm out. The commotion was extremely shocking and actually roughly on par with Empyrean Vast Wind. Bang! A horrifying air billow came over. Even those sixth firmament Empyreans could not stand firm either, almost dropping down from the sky. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out backward. He looked at this figure in great shock and said, Huntwind, what's the meaning of this? This is my human race's internal affairs. If you intervene, it's becoming enemies with the entire extreme North's human race. Chapter 2096. Second Sage. Chapter 2096. Second Sage. This middle-aged man that suddenly appeared had a stocky and imposing build, having a full beard on his face, looking very boorish. It was just that the divine essence undulation on his body was different from Vast Wind and the rest. It was shockingly a demon race's major power. He was Empyrean Huntwind, one of the northernmost steppes 5 great demon race Empyreans. His status was comparable to Empyrean Vast Winds in the demon race. Hearing Empyrean Vast Wind's question, Empyrean Huntwind chuckled and said, "You old wily fox, using the human race to come and suppress this Empyrean? Heh, if not for dreading those few old monsters, do you think that it's your turn to be unbridled here?" Empyrean Vast Wind snorted coldly and said, "This boy has the enmity of having killed my son. If you protect him, you can forget about leaving this place today." But Empyrean Huntwind ignored him. Instead, he turned around and gave a respectful bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Huntwind was tardy in coming to the rescue. I hope that Lord Second Sage pardons my offense." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "No worries. The time was just right." Empyrean Huntwind suddenly switched to a pleased expression as he asked excitedly, "Lord Second Sage killed Feng Tianyang?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound divine physique and was killed by me with one sword move." "Ha ha, well killed. This Empyrean wanted to kill that punk long ago, but Vast Wind, this old thing is too cunning, not giving me any chance. I didn't expect that he actually died in Lord Second Sage's hands." Empyrean Huntwind said with a big laugh. Although he was laughing, he was actually extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of character was Feng Tianyang? Even he, one of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, was extremely apprehensive of him. Once Feng Tianyang grew up, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow to their demon race. Hence, for so many years, Empyrean Huntwind had once engineered numerous murder schemes targeting Feng Tianyang. But none ever succeeded even once. For this, the demon race even lost numerous geniuses. Who could have thought that Feng Tianyang actually died just like that? He died in the hands of a middle-stage true God realm. When Vast Wind and the rest of the Empyreans saw Huntwind's attitude, their eyeballs nearly popped out. This stubborn and unruly demon race major power was actually so respectful toward a human race's true God realm? In this land of extreme north, Vast Wind and the rest had fought with the demon race's 5 great Empyreans countless times before. When had they seen him be so respectful toward someone before? Also, Empyrean Huntwind actually called Yi Yuan Second Sage. Who could shoulder this form of address? Just who was this kid in front of him? Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that before Yi Yuan came to the extreme north, the demon race's sacred ancestor High Priest announced to the entire demon race that he was conferring to Yi Yuan the title Second Sage. In alchemy, this was an existence second only to him. This title stirred up monumental waves in the demon race. The sacred ancestor High Priest's status in the demon race was extremely revered. The Second Sage that he personally conferred, how venerated was that status? Why would Yi Yuan not have any reliance when coming to this Juluoji? This title of Second Sage was the path of retreat that he saved for himself. Yi Yuan knew that the northernmost steppe was a vast territory. Even if he saved Luer, he might not be able to escape too. And this northernmost steppe's demon race was his greatest reliance. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning without any scruples. Seeing Empyrean Huntwind's gloating appearance, Empyrean Vast Wind finally could not endure it anymore. "Humph! Huntwind, this Empyrean doesn't care who he is. If you dare to stop this Empyrean today, this Empyrean will make you fall here." Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly released, and actually directly reached 7th firmament empyrean. Huntwind had a look of amuse. "E.M. E.N.T. as he said, haha, did you think that only you broke through?" The moment Empyrean Huntwind's aura was released, Berserk Demon Divine Essence was emitted, and he was actually not the least bit weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed. He thought that he would be able to suppress the 5 great Empyreans after he broke through. Who knew that Empyrean Huntwind was the same as him, also breaking through to the late-stage Empyrean realm. Except, his notion of killing Yi Yuan would not change at all simply because of Empyrean Huntwind's breakthrough. Tianju Mieyu Zhen Huang, this Empyrean will deal with this old bear. You all attack together, go kill that boy. Empyrean Vast Wind ordered. Empyrean Huntwind laughed loudly and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Competing with numbers? Open your dog eyes and take a look." The moment these words came out, each and every one of the human race's major powers' faces changed drastically. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus in the void, one figure after another stepped out of the air. It was all Empyrean powerhouses. Roughly calculating a bit, there were probably already several hundred Empyrean powerhouses. The faces of Vast Wind and the rest turned pale with a whoosh. What the L is going on here? The demon race's 5 great Empyreans have always been divided, why would they join hands and attack this time? This kind of lineup, probably the entire Extreme North's demon race Empyreans are all here, right? How is this possible? The Extreme North's demon race goes on conquests year in and year out without ceasing, that's how our human race can keep a foothold here. But today, when the human race's several dozen Empyreans saw such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of their faces revealed looks of despair. In the northernmost steppe, the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. It was just that among the demon race's powerhouses, neither yielded to the others. That was how the human race could survive between the crevices. But today, these different species of demons actually all joined hands. This kind of situation had never happened before. If prior to this, their understanding of Second Sage still remained on that it was a term. However, now, they finally had a clear understanding of how powerful this noun was. What kind of person could make the entire Extreme North's demon race be bound by a common hatred for the enemy? Even if Huntwind broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm, he also could not do this. In fact, those few old monsters of the demon race likewise could not do it too. But Yi Yuan did it. Empyrean Vast Wind finally understood what kind of powerful opponent he was facing. Ha ha ha. Vast Wind, weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue to be KY now. You want to kill Second Sage, then today, our Extreme North's demon race will annihilate your human race. Huntwind laughed wildly and said, "Several hundred Empyreans ganging up on several dozen Empyreans, this kind of strength comparison was not on the same level at all." Empyrean Vast Wind's face was ashen. He never dreamed that he would end up in such a hopeless situation today. When he heard that Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning, he not only had fear toward Yi Yuan in his heart, but who could have thought that a measly little true God realm actually moved the entire Extreme North's demon race Empyreans? "Vast Wind," this Empyrean said before, "you can't kill Master." A figure slowly stepped out. It was precisely Empyrean Lone Swan who escaped with the spatial node technique. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You all really want to fight a life-and-death struggle for a human?" One of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, Empyrean Divine Scorpion, said with a sinister smile, "Heh, Vast Wind, this Empyrean wanted to kill you long ago. This time, you can forget about escaping." The 5 great Empyreans each stood separately, surrounding Empyrean Vast Wind. As long as he made any unusual movements, what awaited him would be a lightning blow. Finally, Empyrean Divine Scorpion clearly could not hold back anymore, wanting to take action. Stop. Without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move. Yi Yuan stood in the air. Empyrean Divine Scorpion stopped rather unwillingly. He looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said coolly, Vast Wind, I wonder if this Ye's warning is effective or not? Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Vast Wind, Tianju, and the rest had blank expressions. Was this Empyrean Divine Scorpion in front of them really that Divine Scorpion that they knew? This Empyrean Divine Scorpion was an existence that did not give in to anyone. But now, he was submissive and obedient toward Yi Yuan. They simply could not believe their eyes. Yi Yuan, this Empyrean is considered defeated today. I only beg that you take into account that we're of the same human race and let us leave. Empyrean Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said. Although he gave in, the resentful look in Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze flashed past. The other human Empyreans were also all sighing endlessly. The haughty and overbearing Empyrean Vast Wind actually lowered his head toward a true G.O.D. realm powerhouse. They were all clear what kind of proud existence Empyrean Vast Wind was. Such a person's heart was loftier than the sky. How could he admit defeat? Yi Yuan looked at Vast Wind and said with a faint smile, Of course. This Yi isn't a murderous person. The rest can all leave, but only you and Empyrean Windlike will probably have to stay here forever. Empyrean Vast Wind's face changed drastically when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with an alarmed and enraged face as he roared, You're despicable. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Despicable? Ho, I warned you previously. It's considered to have given you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it. Since my ident. 1. tie is already leaked, do you think that I'd wait for you to come and take revenge? Yi Yuan and Luer's ident. 1. Ties were not a secret anymore. As long as Empyrean Vast Wind inquired slightly, he would be able to know that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Being remembered by a seventh firmament Empyrean mighty expert day and night, even if Yi Yuan had formidable abilities, it was also hard to take comprehensive precautions. Yi Yuan was not a person who murdered the innocent. The grudge between him and Vast Wind was just a personal grudge, so he did not wish to implicate too many outsiders. After all, these were all the human race's powerhouses. Once they all died here, the entire extreme north would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. He surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, Today's matter is just the personal grudge between me and Vast Wind. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and get lost for me. The group of Empyreans exchanged glances. Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, Don't get fooled by this brat's sowing discord. He has clearly thrown his lots in with the demon race, and wants to divide and destroy our extreme north's human race. Haha, Vast Wind, you saying these words is also insulting our intelligence too much. You want to drag us down the water together, no chance at all. This Empyrean was forced against my will to come here in the first place. Feng Tianyang dying is a good thing to us. Now, there's someone taking care of you, we're all too happy. Empyrean Mie, you said with a loud laugh. Vast Wind, you've played the tyrant in the extreme north for so many years. You finally came to an end. I, Zhen Huang, won't be accompanying anymore. Finished talking, Empyrean Zhen Huang directly shuttled into the void and disappeared. With these two people taking the lead, the other Empyreans also left one after another. Empyrean Tianju and the rest were unconvinced by Vast Wind to begin with. If not for him breaking through to be seventh firmament Empyrean and forcing these Empyreans to come here, they absolutely would not get involved in this matter. Now, there was someone taking care of Vast Wind, so they were all too eager. From this, one could also tell that Vast Wind ruling the extreme north's human race, what he relied on was just martial strength. There were not many people who sincerely followed him. Looking at one Empyrean after another leaving, Empyrean Vast Wind was close to despairing. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like your popularity isn't too good. There's not even one that stayed behind. Looks like you normally don't enjoy popular support in the extreme north." Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and roared furiously, "D-A-M-N little brute! Today, even if I die, this Empyrean will also slaughter you." Everyone did not predict that Empyrean Vast Wind would suddenly erupt. How outrageous was the commotion once an Empyrean was enraged. Even Empyrean Huntwind did not react. But he was a powerhouse on the same level as Empyrean Vast Wind after all. Even if he was half a beat slower, he also chased after in time. It was only to see him suddenly slam a fist out, the imposing momentum swift and fierce to the extreme. However, Empyrean Vast Wind did not avoid this punch. He torpedoed toward Yi Yuan at full strength. All of a sudden, an energy undulation that blotted out the skies and covered the earth crushed over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Bang! It was only to hear a loud boom transmit over. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. However, his palm already fired out too. Although it was just a palm that was struck hastily, how powerful was the strength of a seventh firmament Empyrean. Even if it was a casual palm, butchering true G.O.D. realm martial artists were also as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Empyrean Vast Wind forcefully take a fist of his, Empyrean Huntwind felt his scalp tingle. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest died at his place here, Sacred Ancestor High Priest would probably fly into a thunderous rage, right? Careful, Second Sage. Empyrean Huntwind only had time to cry out in surprise, the palm already arriving. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood, S.P.A.C. shattered, spiritual energy flying everywhere. An intense light shone until people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, that place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure long ago. All of the demon race's powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. Second Sage was killed by someone under their heavy encirclement? This was a sin. Once Sacred Ancestor High Priest raged, the northernmost step would not have the blade of G.R.A.S.S. grow. D.A.M.N. it. D.A.M.N. it. D.A.M.N. it. This Empyrean will kill you. Empyrean Huntwind roared at Empyrean Vast Wind, suddenly slamming a fist over. Bang! Forcefully receiving Huntwind's punch, the current Empyrean Vast Wind was already seriously injured. How could he still be Huntwind's match? This punch, he forcefully withstood it again. However, his face did not have any decadence, but instead burst out laughing as he said, "Ha ha, cough cough, ha ha, what bulls. H.I. plus T Second Sage. Didn't he still die at this Empyrean's hands? Tianyong, father has cough cough avenged you." Empyrean Vast Wind started laughing free from inhibitions as he coughed blood. Empyrean Huntwind bristled with anger, but to the Vast Wind who already had the will to die, his fury had no use at all. A moment of carelessness let Second Sage die. He could not absolve himself from the blame. "What are you happy about?" Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out in everyone's ears, making Empyrean Vast Wind's laughter abruptly stopped. A young and handsome voice slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Empyrean Huntwind's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "Lord Second Sage, you didn't die?" The other demon race Empyreans also had astonished faces. Although that palm earlier was not strong, it was enough to one-shot an initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouse. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. How is this possible? That palm of mine clearly already hit you. Empyrean Vast Wind had a blank face as he said in shock. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "You don't seem to know this, but Lone Swan, their spatial node technique, it was personally set up by me. With my spatial law attainments, Even if there isn't hunt wind they all around, it also won't be easy for you to want to kill me, let alone that you can only ambush me while taking advantage of their inattentiveness? This degree of attack is indeed lethal to other true G.O.D. realms, but I laid down several dozen spatial nodes all around here. As long as my thoughts stir, I'll be able to teleport away. How can it be that easy for you to want to kill me? This Empyrean vast wind looked at Yi Yuan, his complexion ashen. The palm that he risked his old life to exchange for actually did not even harm Yi Yuan's hair. Chapter 2098 High Priest Redplume's Invitation. Chapter 2098 High Priest Redplume's Invitation. It was simply very hard for people who did not truly learn the rudiments of spatial law to imagine how profound this law was. The higher the realm, the more accomplished with high proficiency the application of spatial law. It would instead form more of an illusion. That would be so for someone who was actually already very skilled in the aspect of spatial law. However, being able to be called a supreme law, how could spatial law be that easy? Martial artists' understanding of law was just one aspect. The ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the aspect of spatial law, even if he was not an Empyrean's match, if an Empyrean wanted to kill him, it was not as simple as dying to one palm. Very clearly, Empyrean Vast Wind was misled just like that. In reality, the Empyreans present were all deceived by Yi Yuan. Alright, you've experienced it now. You can give up hope now, right? Huntwind, send him on his way. Yi Yuan said coolly. Alright. Haha, it's still Lord Second Sage who is impressive. Otherwise, this old bear, I would have to expend considerable effort to kill him. Empyrean Huntwind rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, appearing extremely excited. He and Vast Wind were the demon race's and the human race's #1 person. The two people had fought for no idea how many years. Today, he could finally eliminate this guy. So how could he not be excited? Huntwind's palm carried horrifying power, directly annihilating Empyrean Vast Wind. The all-powerful lord of the extreme north, Empyrean Vast Wind, was annihilated just like that. As for Empyrean Windlike, it was naturally even less necessary to go into details. Under the garroting of the group of demon race Empyreans, he fell in battle very quickly. Young Master. At this time, Luer's figure slowly walked out of the void, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the world. Even if these demon race Empyreans saw, they also could not help becoming absent-minded. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and could not help sighing. The thin and frail young lass's back then already grew into a tall and graceful lady now. The current Luer did not lose to Lier and Mu Lingxue, the two great goddesses, in terms of looks in the slightest. Furthermore, Luer's profound body bestowed on her a disposition as clean as ice and as pure as jade, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Hoo-hoo, it's all over. In the future, this young master won't let you suffer any harm again. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Luer's head and said smilingly. Luer nodded her head and said, "It was Luer who caused trouble for young master." Not far away, Yang Feier looked at this scene with an envious look. In Ice Cloud Tower, Yang Feier was the closest to Luer and naturally knew that she always kept that young master in her thoughts. It was just that in her view, that so-called young master was not worthy of Luer at all. Luer was exceptionally talented. There were practically no obstacles in corroborating her Tao as an Empyrean in the future at all, while that young master was merely a puny little imperial city's alchemist. 1,000 years later, the two people would long already not be on the same level anymore. But when she knew Yi Yuan's ident. Yang Feier was thoroughly stunned. Luer's young master was actually so freakishly talented. If it was merely talent, forget it. The series of events that happened later made her shocked until it could not be any greater. Eradicating He Shang Yun with his fist, slaying Feng Tianyang with his sword, and even obliterating Empyrean ice cloud with a heaven-shocking attack. Now, even the leader of the extreme North's human race, Empyrean Vast Wind, also died in his hands. Not just so, he even became the demon race's second sage. Even the Empyrean Huntwind, that Empyrean Vast Wind, who was very wary of, was also submissive and obedient to him. This kind of peerlessly heroic man, which woman could not admire. Yang Feier sighed faintly and actually became somewhat envious of Luer. Yi Yuan comforted Luer a while and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Already watched for so long, still not showing yourself?" Huntwind and the rest of the Empyreans exchanged glances, looking all around, and did not discover traces of other people at all. Suddenly, a layer of ripple emerged in SPAC. A figure was like a ripple, slowly condensing and forming into an old man. Like the old man had a goatee, looking very amiable. When Huntwind looked at the arrival, he could not help opening his eyes wide. He, this seventh firmament Empyrean powerhouse, did not even discover the arrival. Yi Yuan discovered him? No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest valued Lord Second Sage so highly. He was indeed extraordinary. Previously, his awe toward Yi Yuan mostly originated from Sacred Ancestor High Priest. But now, he discovered that this second sage was really not simple. However, what shocked him even more was this goatee old man. With his strength, he actually could not fathom the old man's depths. The goatee old man gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This old man Gongyang Lewen, as a servant by High Priest Redplume's side, pays respect to Lord Second Sage." Toward Goatbeard's self-introduction, Yi Yuan did not have any reaction. But each and every one of the demon race Empyreans present, their eyeballs nearly popped out. High Priest Redplume. Extreme North's Huntwind pays respect to Lord Gongyang. Empyrean Huntwind actually knelt straight down, knees ting the ground, paying respect to Lord Gongyang. The group of Empyreans all prostrated. Yi Yuan was at a loss and said in puzzlement, "High Priest Redplume? Who is that?" The Goatbeard's brows furrowed slightly, but he still explained, "High Priest Redplume is the 11th disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest, one of the demon race's strongest 11 people in terms of alchemy Tao apart from the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself." Yi Yuan was enlightened the moment he heard this. This High Priest Redplume was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's little disciple. Not just any random Tom, Dick, or Harry, could become a servant by High Priest Redplume's side. This Goatbeard was likely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Hence, that was why Huntwind and the rest would be so respectful. Of course, just based on High Priest Redplume's servant this ident. 1. Tai, even if the Goatbeard did not have a heavenly emperor's cultivation realm, it was also sufficient to do as he pleased in the demon race. "So that's how it is. Cat, did you come to find me for?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not have much awe or veneration. He saw Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts as clear as a blazing fire. Previously, when he solved Ask Not, he did not express anything but suppressed the matter instead. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was worried that giving him too high a status would hinder his growth. Presently, Yi Yuan displayed his talent for the first time in the southern border, Cruise. HI+ing until the whole territory's 7-star alchemy GODs bowed their heads in submission. Sacred Ancestor High Priest felt that the time already arrived. That was why he would announce to the outside world that he was Second Sage. This title of Second Sage was not that he felt that Yi Yuan's standing could already match up to this kind of status. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's present strength was completely inadequate to harness this title. In terms of realm, Yi Yuan was merely true God realm. In terms of alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan also merely just entered Ancestor realm currently. There were countless powerhouses in this world, but Yi Yuan never felt that he was invincible under the heavens. Not mentioning others, just talking about these 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest, each one of them was a demon race major power, with their alchemy Tao strength being immensely formidable. The current Yi Yuan was far from a match. Sacred Ancestor High Priest giving him this Tli was to make him become the target of public scorn, to let him swiftly grow up amidst adversity. Clearly, his every action and conduct, the other party was paying attention to it. Humph, this kid is so condescending, to actually think nothing of master. Does he really take himself to be second sage? Seeing that Yi Yuan's face did not have any look of awe, Gong Yonglai was very unhappy in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and said with a faint smile, West Spirit Region under Master's command is going to host a Grand Demon Divine Pill Convention. He heard that Second Sage is an alchemy master and specially invited Second Sage over to give a pointer or two. 1 annotation text missing. Chapter 2099. He has been lonely for too long. Chapter 2099. He has been lonely for too long, Master, little junior brother. He seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, and he arbitrarily summoned Yi Yuan to West Spirit Region, GMO said with a helpless look. 1. Sacred Ancestor High Priest stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned. A table-sized chessboard landed on the table. GMO, you bring this chessboard and make a trip to Wanxiang Great Imperial Capital, Wing said with a faint smile. GMO's entire body trembled and he said, Master, this is the Ask-Not chessboard that you studied for several million years. You're actually going to let that kid crack it? You wouldn't really take him to be second sage, right? When he said this, GMO's words more or less still carried some indignation. He touched his heart and felt that when he was young, he also had talent that did not lose to Yi Yuan. However, he did not obtain his master's such serious and earnest response. Wing gave GMO a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Second Sage? Hoo-hoo, GMO, the more one cares about this Tli, the more one can't amount to anything great. You apprentice brothers pay too much attention to this Tli. To people who pursue Tao, all undeserved reputation is fabricated, only one's own strength is real. GMO trembled again, his face revealing an ashamed expression as he bowed. He then said, What Master says is extremely right. GMO has learned it. These days, them apprentice brothers cared about this Tli of Second Sage immensely. One had to know these apprentice brothers, had already followed Sacred Ancestor High Priest for several millions of years. But no one could get this name. But now, a measly little true God realm, 6-star alchemy God, was actually enjoying such a revered reputation. What did Second Sage mean? That was an existence second only to the Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Furthermore, it was the honor of having the Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally grant it. But now, Sacred Ancestor High Priest roused the dreamer from sleep with a word. GMO could not help being taken aback by surprise. He gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, The so-called martial artist's yearn for Tao is actually merely a joke. This world is a vanity fair. How many can throw aside fame and pursue great Tao? Even those high and mighty Tao ancestors probably find it hard to truly abandon this world's fame and gain too. But this Yi Yuan, this seat has observed him for a long time. His Tao is different from the others. In alchemy Tao, his innocence and devotion definitely have never wavered before. And this is also the greatest difference between you all apprentice brothers and him. GMO's expression gradually became solemn. The more he followed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side, the more he felt his shallowness. It was just that this logic, him understanding, did not mean that he could really do it. In this world, who did not understand the logic of yearning for Tao? But after reaching Empyrean realm, cultivation is easily calculated with millions of years. How many powerhouses could really endure the whittling of time? Time was a butcher's blade. Since time immemorial, how many Empyreans, or even heavenly emperor powerhouses, had it killed? What master said, GMO has received the teachings. GMO said respectfully. Haha, go on. This seat already can't wait and want to have a battle with this boy. Truly an opponent that makes people's hot blood seethe. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze seemed to have said through the firmament, arriving at the northernmost step. Looks like Sacred Ancestor High Priest can't quite stand the loneliness anymore. Hearing what Gong Yonglai said, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His gaze looked towards the horizon as if piercing through the void, meeting eyes with a certain someone on the horizon. The so-called being spiritually attached to a friend that one had not met, was likely talking about the two of them, right? It was just that Yi Yuan's words were so uninhibited and unbridled in Gong Yonglai's view. Don't second sage forget your T.I. Tli is bestowed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The minimum respect should still be shown. Gong Yonglai said unhappily. How shocking was the rage of a heavenly emperor! Hunt Wind and the rest were crushed by this powerful pressure until they could not breathe, and did not even dare to raise their heads. In Gong Yonglai's view, High Priest Redplume was already a paramount existence. Then, what kind of existence was his master, Sacred Ancestor High Priest? People should not look at how they called him Second Sage. In reality, there were not many who truly took him to be Second Sage. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Goatbeard, one day in the future, you'll know what I mean. Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he has been lonely for too long. You all won't understand. Gong Yonglai seemed to only have a hazy notion, but he still gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Before coming, High Priest Redplume instructed before, to make sure not to rub Second Sage the wrong way. Gong Yonglai was merely a servant, so he naturally did not dare to defy. Alright, you can go. Half a year later, I'll keep the appointment. Yi Yuan waved his hand and motioned for Gong Yonglai to leave. Gong Yonglai had an oppressed look as he said with a cold smile, Very well. I hope that half a year later, Lord Second Sage won't disappoint Gong Yang. Farewell. Done talking, Gong Yonglai's figure gradually turned illusory, finally disappearing. Only after Gong Yonglai's figure completely vanished did Hunt Wind and the rest finally let out a sigh in relief. Just now, Lord Gong Yonglai was clearly already enraged. It was just that due to Lord Second Sage's ident. That was why he forcefully pressed it down. Except, the pressure of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Many Empyreans were already dog-tired, and could not even stand. Empyrean Huntwind had a bitter face as he said, Lord Second Sage, you're a big shot, but it's too much for us these small fries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax your friendly sentiments, this ye will bear it in mind. This half a year, I'll create several Empyrean powerhouses for your demon race. Empyrean Vast Wind's demise in battle shook the entire northernmost steppe. Vast Wind Two Brothers, as well as Feng Tianyang's Puz Sing, changed the entire northernmost steppe's arrangement. Vast Wind A.S. Semble fell apart, while Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Mieyu, Empyrean Zhenhuang, and the rest of the powerful Empyrean powerhouses broke away from central authority and exercised local power. The northernmost steppe entered the Warring States era, having endless dispute. But a legend was left behind in this land of extreme north. You all don't know how insufferably arrogant Feng Tianyang was back then. The fusion of three laws, that power, even if an Empyrean powerhouse saw, they would also have to keep a wide berth. But Lord Ji Qinyun directly annihilated him with just a casual sword. Master Ji is really my extreme north human race's savior. If not for him, our extreme north's human race will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Master Ji is truly remarkable. I heard that he's even the demon race's second sage. Even if Empyrean Huntwind saw him, he has to bow his head in submission and be obedient. After that incident, Yi Yuan ordered Empyrean Huntwind that the demon race was not to invade the human territory within 1,000 years. It was also precisely because of this order that let the human race barely manage to maintain. The land of extreme north was where the strong feeds and the weak were prey. What Yi Yuan could do was also just this. If the human race was still unable to give birth to powerhouses that were able to resist the demon race within 1,000 years, then it was also not his fault anymore. Survival of the fittest in natural selection. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to protect the extreme north human race for life. Their strength still needed themselves. And in this half a year, Yi Yuan refined several heaven-rank demon Empyrean pills for the extreme north's demon race, creating several Empyrean powerhouses for the extreme north's demon race. The demon race simply prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan, this second sage. Half a year later, Yi Yuan brought Luer and the rest, and stepped onto the road leading to the West Spirit region. 1 annotation text missing. Chapter 2100, Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2100, Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Xan Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest-divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongyang Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the High Priest Red Plume behind Gongyang Lai. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples, each one was a Leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region. But they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this true G.O.D. Realm Jr. standing beside Lord Gongyang? Which true G.O.D. Realm Jr. had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang? Could it be a disciple that High Priest Red Plume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest chose? So young. A mere true G.O.D. realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this, based on what can he overpower High Priest Red Plume? I'm not convinced. Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks. Those present were all the West Spirit region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Red Plume. If High Priest Red Plume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloudcave, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young, and his realm was too low. Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Red Plume's head. How could they be convinced? The red-haired powerhouse, Xian Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late-stage rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it." "Yeah, Lord Gongyang. Letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced." Lord Gongyang saying something unpleasant first. "If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it?" There was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to this second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Red Plume, they all, fellow apprentice brothers, those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors. Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences. Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out, that was whether or not sacred ancestor high priest was muddle-headed with age. A few years ago, sacred ancestor high priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as sacred ancestor high priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, ask not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that Second Sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as sacred ancestor high priest. Suddenly coming out and debating on Tao with sacred ancestor high priest, and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as second sage. But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true God realm. Furthermore, it was even a human, becoming second sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry but was delighted instead. Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face. It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence! How can it be up to you all to be UTT in about the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred? Forget about true God realm, even if a heaven glimpse realm is here, you all have to prostrate in wars. HI plus P2. The moment a heavenly emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking. All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent. But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning. Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, your status is N. Oh blee. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows." Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now, everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding. With his status of High Priest Redplume's spokesman and a heavenly emperor powerhouse, if he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk. The second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, even High Priest Redplume did not dare to be UTT in two. But his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, "Ho-hoo, I'm going to stoop to their level today." As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this heavenly emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done? But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him who looked down upon the world really that true God realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant, but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out, don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too, right? Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this heavenly emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet, this in front of him was the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, who dared to touch him. Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay, but to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true God realm, shoulder the name of second sage? Gong Yang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said. Below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true God realm who dared to oppose a heavenly emperor powerhouse. They had lived for several million years, it was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true God realm, even Empyrean realm, a heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gong Yang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Ha ha ha! Hearing Gong Yang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, Gong Yang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor high priest is muddle-headed with age? Gong Yang Lai's face changed and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought? Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Redplume's match right now. But before long I'll surpass him. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent, haha. Surpass Lord Redplume? Just based on you? Gong Yang Lai seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, with his expression full of disdain. What kind of powerhouse was High Priest Redplume? Gong Yang Lai served by his side for so many years, and was all too aware. 8 million years ago, High Priest Redplume rose up from insignificance, sweeping across the entire demon divine region with his Astonies. HI plus ing apartment I-tude. Later, he no longer had a match among peers. Hence, he challenged the eternal chess game, ask not, making a name for himself in one battle. In these 8 million years, High Priest Redplume followed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side. His alchemy strength had long already reached an unfathomable step. This young man in front of him wanted to surpass High Priest Redplume? Simply a joke. Perhaps his talent was really greater than High Priest Redplume. But even if he were to really surpass High Priest Redplume, that would also be no idea how many years later. Either way, someone would also believe if I said that I would surpass Sacred Ancestor High Priest 10 million years later. Who knew about the matters after 10 million years? Xian Luo and the rest of the Empyreans also had scornful faces, clearly not believing what Yi Yuan said. Ho, yeah, give him 8 million years, he might really be able to catch up to High Priest Redplume. Lord Second Sage is really incredible. Just don't know if he can live for 8 million years or not. After 8 million years I can surpass Medicine Ancestor. Either way, bragging won't need to be sentenced to death too. The group of Empyreans had scorn all over their faces, with their words full of ridicule. Yi Yuan kept a straight face and answered with a question, then have you thought before why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer a body like me as second sage? Does he value my talent highly, or is he really muddle-headed with age? This, Gong Yang Lai was taken aback. Clearly, he had not considered this question before. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts were not what he could surmise at all. Hence, he was totally unable to understand this conferment. Currently, Yi Yuan asking this question, all of the Empyreans ceased the mockery, listening attentively with curiosity. Clearly, this was also the question that they were most concerned about. Yi Yuan said coolly, reaching Sacred Ancestor High Priest's realm, what is there that he still pursues? That's naturally the sublime summit of alchemy Tao. He asked Medicine Ancestor what is Tao, but Medicine Ancestor dodged it with ask not 2 words. Hence, he asked the world what was Tao. He searched for tens of millions of years and finally found an opponent. That person is me. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across all of the Empyreans' faces as he said in a solemn voice, "The Tli is, second sage, is hoping that I can become an opponent who is able to sit and debate on Tao with him. Do you all understand?" Inside the hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's arrogant to the extreme speech. They were not convinced by Yi Yuan's speech but utterly stunned by Yi Yuan's wild arrogance. What kind of existence was Sacred Ancestor High Priest? In the demon race, he was a god. He created numerous demon race heavenly emperors with his power alone. Presently, the demon race's top major powers virtually all revered Sacred Ancestor High Priest as supreme. Even though they all, these disciples, were presently all leading figures of a region, facing Sacred Ancestor High Priest, they still carried out the etiquette of a disciple. No one dared to talk about becoming his opponent. Now, a true god realm brat actually said that he was going to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. This was simply laughable to the extreme. Ignorant. Arrogance. Sacred Ancestor High Priest is the Heavenspan world's universally acknowledged number 2 alchemy Tao person. For several tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge him. You actually said that you're going to become his opponent? Gongyang Lai berated. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? No matter how strong a powerhouse is, they also walked over step by step from a weakling. You all don't even dare to think about it, so you naturally can't become a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The logic of experts is lonesome. You all naturally won't understand too." Yi Yuan was just elaborating on a fact. But this way of saying things was simply ignorant and conceited in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, he was a madman. The group of Empyreans was thoroughly stunned. Originally, when Yi Yuan said that he wanted to Serpa S. High Priest Redplume, they felt extremely shocked. Now, Yi Yuan directly brought Sacred Ancestor High Priest out, saying that he wanted to become his opponent. Hoo-hoo, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, chatting about these with you all, you guys also won't understand. Gongyang Lai, don't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I'll have a Tao debate with the 7-star priests present. As long as there's someone among you who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately and never enter the demon divine region for life. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, Gongyang Lai's eyes lit up. He was long dissatisfied with this arrogant to the extreme fellow. Since he was looking for abuse himself, and even said never to enter the demon divine region, this sort of word, then it could not be blamed on others. Xen Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "Lord Second Sage, this is what you said." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said it. If even you these people can beat me, then I don't want this Tli of Second Sage too." Xen Luo laughed in spite of himself and said, "Lord 7-star really talks wildly. The strength of a 7-star priest isn't what you can imagine." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "My strength isn't what you all can imagine too." Xen Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, turned to an Empyrean and said, "Since that's the case, Priest Woodgem, you come and seek guidance from Lord Second Sage then." Empyrean Woodgem chuckled and said, "I obey your command. However, what we're competing in is demon divine pills. Lord Second Sage mustn't compete in human divine pills with this Empyrean. This Empyrean can't refine it." The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, "Relax, we'll be competing in demon divine pills." Demon divine pills or divine pills already did not have much difference to the current Yi Yuan. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. Regardless of whether demon divine pills or divine pills, they were merely 2 branches of alchemy Tao. Just like how the poison path and medical path were the same. The priest temple naturally did not lack a place to refine medicine. Xian Luo ordered people to prepare the place to compete in alchemy very soon. Yi Yuan two people were currently making preparations when Gongyang Lai asked, "How is Wujum's strength?" "He mustn't lower the prestige of our red plume lineage." Xian Luo smiled and said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Younger brother Woodgem is of the wood spirit physique to begin with. He has extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, his realm already reached peak late-stage Dao realm. Among these people, he's also an existence that can rank into the top 10. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6-star priest still be easily accomplished?" Gongyang Lai nodded slightly, immediately setting his mind at ease. Although he was not a priest, following by High Priest Redplume's side for so many years, he naturally knew the strength difference between the priests. Someone who was a peak late-stage Dao realm powerhouse was already an extremely powerful expert in alchemy. Judging from Yi Yuan's age, even if he had heaven-defying talent and reached late-stage Dao realm, it was also impossible to be Wujum's match. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan two people started the alchemy battle. Bang! Empyrean Woodgem was a wood spirit that attained Dao in the first place. His advantage in refining pills was tremendous. The moment his aura was released, those spirit medicines were as obedient as his children. His demonic attraction art was already at a high degree of proficiency. But when everyone's eyes landed on Yi Yuan, they could not help exclaiming in admiration. What sharp and fierce demonic attraction art! How can a human cultivate the demonic attraction art to such a boundary? Xian Luo marveled in admiration.